Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our submission hearing for the Long-Term Plan 2021 to 2041. This is the start of 3 days in front of us, so a fair degree of work. But first of all, could I please ask Councillor Tukua to open our meeting? Thank you.
Kia ora, me ino e tātou. He hohonore he kororea ki te atua, he mai ngā rongo ki te whenua, he whakaaro pai ki ngā tāngata katoa, hanga ia te atua he ngā kauhau ki roto ki tēnā ki tēnā o mātou, whakataungi ato wairua tapu, hei apina, hei tautoko, hei ako hoki I roto I tēnei āhuatanga ko ehu kraiti hoki tō mātou ariki āmini.
Kia ora, thank you, Clary. It is a formal meeting, so welcome to you all, to staff, to those members of the public that are here already, to those that are watching on live stream, and to councillors, as I said. Can I call for apologies first, please?
We have an apology for Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. Could I move that apology be accepted? Seconded by Councillor Allen. All those in favour? Thank you. Declarations of interest. I have had declarations of interest recorded by Councillors Bishop and Councillor Isaacs for the first part of these hearings that relate to development contributions. So they will be joining us later this afternoon when we get into the long-term plan submissions. Deputy Mayor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Wandren. I'll just note that I am sitting as a hearing commissioner on the panel for Taraika, so I won't be participating in any conversations relating to that through this process.
Are there any announcements? Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to note we were expecting Councillor Ketu to join us by Zoom, but at this stage that has not happened. So I'll just note absence at this stage. Thank you. All right, so we do have to receipt the hearing submissions, so I'll move, please, that the receipt and hearing of submissions on the draft development contributions policy be accepted. Thank you, Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? Thank you. We also have to pass a resolution that all late submissions be accepted and received in accordance with Council's acceptance of late submissions policy. Could I have a move? Councillor Jennings again, second, and Councillor Brannigan. All those in favour? Thank you. So we're about to get underway, but just wanted to probably lay the land a little bit, the landscape. So as we all know, we have had something like over 550 submissions to this long-term plan, which is more than double what we've been received in the past. So indicates that we have had high engagement, that it is a reflection that the community do want to tell us what is in front of us for the next 20 years. As we know, the long-term plan is an important part of our future, and this process is not to be underestimated in terms of being able to listen to our community, to what they say. So initially we'd like to acknowledge all those that have submitted to the long-term plan process and those that we are going to hear from as well. We know that it is sometimes daunting for those people who are going to be in front of us, but we will make them welcome and we will listen avidly, I'm sure. So for councillors, this is, while it is quite a daunting process of having to listen to all these submissions and read them, it can be very informative and help in our decision-making process. Just so councillors aware, we have advised submitters that they do have 10 minutes, that they can use that 10 minutes how they wish. So if they want to speak to that whole 10 minutes, they can, but they may also wish to receive questions from councillors in terms of that. If those questions can be answered quickly and easily, then officers or someone may do that immediately. However, there may be the opportunity for further research and information to be given back to councillors following the hearings. So, we have also asked submitters, obviously, to be respectful, to not bring up any personal agendas, that they keep the topic, and I would hope that councillors will do exactly the same as well and listen attentively. I think we have our first submitter online. So, Sue Ann, are you there? Welcome, Sue Ann. Thank you for tuning into it. Oh, we're on mute.
We're on mute.
Thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Speaking on the development contributions. You can all hear me okay?
We can, thank you, Sue.
I'm sorry, I'm calling from home because I've broken my leg and I've been in bed for 4 weeks, so not very pleasant time for me. However, it's good to get a break and actually do something reasonably useful. I'm going for option 1 for the development contributions. The main reason I'm going for the development contributions is because there is nothing else being offered as an option other than the contribution, development contributions. So as that's the only thing to vote on, I think that we should definitely go for option 1. Now, I know that in the past they were stopped, and it was at a time when housing growth was very slow. So we were building a house at that time, and we actually sold our section so we didn't have to pay the contribution. But now that the market is actually growing and we're in a growth mode, I think it's a very good idea to have the contribution, development contribution, because we are in a growth phase and it will give the council good income. And I think that will be a respite for the taxpayers who cannot possibly cover everything that's going to be coming up with all this growth. We've lost a lot of money by not having the development contributions. I think the activities, I'm probably repeating what a whole lot of other people have said, and I think that the activities should be for all of infrastructure over all of the area. I'm not quite so sure about the playgrounds. I think it should be more about the Three Waters and the roading, although roading's got other funding, so more for me it's the Three Waters. Things like Taraika, you say that you've got a grant to support lead infrastructure necessary for growth, and you say that on page 44 of the LTP. So the development contribution should...
We've just lost her. battery. Oh, has it? For the laptop? Looks like it's connected. It was, yeah.
Sorry about that. I'll let her know that we're getting it back up and running. Are we back on to speaking?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Sue.
You're muted.
We had a bit of a technical glitch at this end. You remember where you were?
Yes, not sure if you didn't want to hear what I was saying or whether it was an accident.
I ran the first minute of the day. It wasn't a great start, I must admit. Sorry.
I was just saying I don't think it should be spent on new developments. I think that the old network needs updating. And I think an accent on pollution should, with this extra money, should be a focus. Negating and treatment of all three waters, which are a bit lacking in our systems at the moment and will help Lake Horowhenua become a cleaner lake. The time payment, I think, should be upfront before anybody starts, so that you're the first ones to get your money. So that if anything does go wrong, and I know that this will come down on a lot of home individual home builders, not particularly developers, but a lot of individual people find this money a bit harder to find, but they are finding it and they are building homes. So I think it should be paid up front, should go into our infrastructure, and that's about all I have to say. So thank you for letting me finish.
Once again, apologies for the interruption. Do councillors have any questions for Sue Ann? Sue Ann, look, I really appreciate the fact that you've taken the time, despite your problems with your leg, to talk to us. Look, we know that development contributions are a major topic for this long-term plan, and we've received many submissions along the lines that you intimate, and we will be looking very carefully at it, as you can imagine. So appreciate again your time.
I've been in bed, I've read all of the other submissions, and there is a bit of a theme going on.
Yes, right. So wish you speedy recovery, and thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to me, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Not sure how to leave. Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next submitter is Mr. Barry Judd. Welcome, Barry. I assume, are you talking on behalf of yourself or the Surf Life Saving Club in terms of development contributions?
Has that got it?
On the right.
Yeah. Press me, it says, so I presume that's I've got that one right. No, individual. To be fair, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't anticipating coming in to submit on too much except the Surf Club, which was my main topic. But your online submission process trapped me. So I had to go through a process and tick some boxes, so here I am. It did stimulate a bit of thought process, though, as I was working through that. And I just want to, I was involved in the first development contributions policy or the attempt. It was adopted back in the early 2000s. Councillor Allen was here at that point. And just wanted to reflect, I got some good answers from the organisation in relation to the questions that I put. So it's sort of, I just wanted to come and speak to this. The key things that I wanted to speak to, and you'll remember, Councillor Allen, back in the early 2000s when we did this, we had zero growth. We were most probably going backwards. And we implemented a policy that was most probably tailor-made for communities that were growing. And adopted off a city model, I'd say. And the key obstacle at that time was the trigger point and when that trigger point was implemented. So what happened was the policy allowed for what I will refer to as retrospective application. So what happened when lots that were created back in the early 80s even, if a building consent was applied for after the policy was introduced, then it drew a development contribution. That created significant hardship, and you'll remember, Councillor Allen, we had set up a special committee to actually hear those hardship cases, and they were real. Because while you say the development contribution and the number itself is not significant today compared to land prices, for people that are on a budget and were hoping to build, and people had plans in train at that point, they didn't have the money, and they were caught between a rock and a hard place. However, Ashley replied and has assured me that the policy that is out there currently is only going to be applied to lots that are created after the date that if you adopt this policy. So there won't be that retrospective aspect to it. So that gave me some comfort there. We're growing. I think the things that I want you as councillors to consider is that the person that this impacts on is the house buyer. It doesn't impact the developer because he just puts it on to the price of the land or the price of the house. So I dug out the housing action plan that you guys own, and I led while I was here at council, and we've got a housing shortage, we've got a land shortage, and hence the prices are at a level that makes housing and land pretty well unaffordable to large parts of this community. So whatever you do here, understand where that's going to be felt and what impact that's going to have. So that's with the your housing. I presume you'll know your housing action plan inside out and back to front. It's a good document. What it said, and I know it's a bit old now, but you've adopted it and it's still in play, is that an affordable house in the Horowhenua based on median income is $295,000. Find me a house. So what's going to happen here, and I accept the fact that we're in growth mode and you've got to pay for that somehow, but you're going to tack it on as government policy and local government policy does. The cost attached with the bureaucracy just adds to the end cost to the consumer. So I just want you to be aware of that moving forward, I suppose. When I submit to the Surf Club, which is tomorrow night, there's a crossover here, because it would be my view that the Resource Management Act, your district plan, and everything else that's associated with that, which I'll call bureaucracy, adds significant cost to people in our community. Our RMA, where we'll cross over to the Surf Club, is the process they've been through and where they're at and where they should be at. But if we were able to free up lots of land here, if there was land available, we wouldn't be subject to the prices for land and so on. But it's your district plan and the RMA that drives that causes that. I haven't got an answer for that. But what I'd say is create more land. You've got to have more land available. And then you're going to get conflicted by the RMA and the protection of land. I own a block of land that was class 5 and 6, still is. But back in the early 2000s, you could do anything with that because of its land type. Now it's classified as dune and coastal lake, and it's the most protected piece of ground in the country. So, all these academics driving stuff, I'm not sure what the end result's going to be. But I got my questions answered. Tell me you're not going to change that part of the policy. You're not going to, so it's just around lots moving forward. Not going to have a rich, because if that's, I'd have something to say about that. But if you're all sitting there nodding and saying, no, that's where we're going to sit and that's where we're going to stay, then I've got a level of comfort. I just say, I know I'm stuck on development contributions here, but your debt levels and so on, you've got some challenges there quite clearly around debt level benchmarks. Looking confused, right? I'm sort of crossing over. Anyway, so I'm done there, Mr. Mayor. If you've got any questions, I don't think I've caused you too many issues.
Thank you, Barry. Any questions for Barry? Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Judd, given your past experience with dealing with the development contribution policy, I was quite interested to get your insight into a couple of things, which is, obviously this council has adopted a 95th percentile growth forecasting assumption as part of the long-term plan. and at the moment we're dealing with a median house price, according to April REIN's data, of $575,000 is the average house price in Horowhenua. I guess my question is, do you view the current settings within inside the draft policy and the quantum of the levels of the fees indicated, do you see those as being consistent with that 95th percentile assumption, or do you have some concerns that it might have a chilling effect?
I'll just say I googled the median house price and I only got, Google said $495, so they're out obviously, so I would have thought it was low. Secondly, just to explain to me when you're talking about the 95th percentile, because I didn't do too much research there to be fair, are you talking about, just explain that to me because I think I know what you're saying.
So that is the essentially the pace at which we believe we will grow as a district. So in terms of population forecast, the 95th percentile essentially means that we need to build around, I think it's 440 to 470, that kind of number of houses per year for the next 10, 20 years, I think it is, to keep pace of that with that assumption or that forecasting in terms
the
of
answer to that is you can't, because you don't have enough land available and you don't have enough people power to build that. So that's just the reality of what's out there in the community. You don't have the capability to build that many houses. And I don't think that, mine's not research, but I'd tell you just from what I see out there, you haven't got enough free land to achieve that. I guess a lot of it's based on what's going up across Arapaipau Road, but you've got immense uncertainty, as I understand it, around that with the NZTA and everything else. I'm not sure where you're at with that. But given, I live at Wairere Beach. We've got some Wairere people over there. I think David McCorgandale, when we did the development plan, we projected 300 new lots out there in the next 20 years. Has it changed? Is it 300 or 5? Whatever it is. But I'll tell you today, whatever it is, it seemed like adequate at the time. There are no sections available there. They're all sold. The next lot is coming online. It's on a board, but there are no pegs in the ground. Starting price $320,000. It's not affordable. That's the first thing. I mean, unless we've got more ground available, your price is just going to keep moving, isn't it? I suppose it's got to be a point at some stage when people can't afford to buy. So your growth projection doesn't mean anything if people can't afford to live here. That would be,
Thank you, Barry. Really appreciate the fact that you've considered to come along and talk about your housing action plan and the everything else. Obviously, you miss being around the table.
Not much, to be fair. I don't envy the job that you've got in front of you because I just think that the way that the legislation's written out of central government, you're between a rock and a hard place. You've got to meet environmental standards, you've got to do all of this, but what it does is just add so much time and cost to what it is you're trying to achieve. The surf club submission will be a bit more interesting than that because this was off the cuff. So I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah. And thank you for the historical sort of aspect of the contribution policy. It was, I think, very helpful for giving some context around where we are today as well. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I think we can sit here at the table and not get a feel for the people that it, all of this policy impacts mostly on the people that can't afford it. And we've got a high percentage of those people that live in our community. So what's the answer? How do you fix that? That's what the Housing Action Plan was about. But I've done a lot of work in the background talking to government. Government have come up with nothing for this community. So,
look forward to hearing from you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow night.
So, could I welcome Douglas Dean Berry to the table, please? council like the First Lady, but I can't do all that sort of carry on. I'm submitting it on my own, under my own name, not the bowling club.
Sure.
Okay, the second part tonight is on behalf of some of the members from my bowling club.
Is it more comfortable for you to stand, Dean?
Yes,
Yeah.
at the moment it is. If you hear a clonk, don't be alarmed, it's only my hip displacing itself again. I've done it 4 times in the last fortnight. Two trips to the hospital, so it's not very nice.
Who's got the first aid certificate in the room?
Brent?
Okay. Yeah.
It's all right, Brent, I've got my own. On this topic, Mayor and councillors, reintroduce this contribution. It should never have been dropped in the first instance. Option 2, all councils will use this, again, excuse to raise rates anyway. This is all I wrote in about 5 minutes of not having any pain in my hip, so please just bear with me. The activities. All these activities should already be part of development contribution, should be automatically mandatory in all areas and councils. And new developments told to keep and collect all water, wastewater, stormwater, and your grey water in their own backyard. I live on Hokia Beach Road. I live 250 metres from the surface of Lake Horowhenua. I'm nearly on the Arawata. I was told, no water, Mr. Berry, so we get rainwater. I've got 3 water tanks. I have got a sewage system that was big enough to go in Howe School with 400 kids. I keep my wastewater on my own property. Now, I've learned in the past what trees to grow, what flowers, what vegetation takes up your water in your irrigation field. Anybody wants any advice if they want to go on their, I call them Queen Street farmers, Pitt Street boys, all the rest of it. I was a Jaffa for 30 years. I came home in 2004. Now, 2005, I wanted to build a home with my partner on family land that had been in family for 5 generations. I was told, Mr. Berry, there's no water for you. Where's all this water suddenly all appeared from? Very mysterious. I can't really work that out. That's one question. And my answer to the whole lot of it is, if you want to build, you know what the situation is, you pay your own way. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Berry, if any?
Okay, thank you. And I'll see you again tonight. Thank you.
Look after yourself. I hope the hip stays.
Will do. Yeah, it's all right. Could I welcome the Waihariri Beach Progressive and Ratepayers Association to the table? Thank you.
Press me, you can hear me. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Waihariri Beach Progressive and Ratepayers Association. Today, obviously, we're here to talk about the development contributions, which will, as you will all be aware, affect everybody at the beach, because when we look at the long-term plan for Horowhenua, we see development mostly, or number one development in Horowhenua is your plan for Tara Ika, followed by 700 developments at Waihariri Beach. So of course we support a development levy, the reintroduction of development levies in Horowhenua, because there will be major costs in the development of the 700 sections at Waihariri Beach, but it would be inappropriate for those costs to be passed on to existing ratepayers. So the only way to collect the money, of course, is to collect it from those coming into the beach. So we most definitely support the development contributions being reintroduced. Our support for the reintroduction would be from any development that occurred from the time of the introduction, as opposed as previously they were retro-charged. So what we're saying is we're only looking at the future, we're not looking at currently anything that's under development now. The activities that we see the development levies being used for is for roading, water supply, wastewater treatment, stormwater, community infrastructure such as parks and sports fields, activity centre, playground, and other infrastructure that's required for the development to provide adequate for the people moving into the area. There will be, of course, always a benefit to the existing members of the community, but hey, that's one of the benefits of being an existing member, I guess. We do not want to see any additional costs placed on existing ratepayers for the development to occur. So, we feel that development levies should be applied over the entire district at on an equal rating, and that's based on the policy of this council, both currently and in the past, of all levies and charges being harmonised, and we feel that that is only the appropriate way to go for the developments that are to occur. So it's a district-wide development levy for every development occurring within the district. When it comes to the time of payment, we feel the most appropriate time for payment would be at either the time that a building consent is issued on an existing title piece of land, so where we're getting a second development occurring on an existing title, that would be the development levy would be introduced at the time of the issue of the building consent. For greenfield developments, we feel the appropriate time would be when the developer applies for titles to be issued. Having been involved in development a little bit myself over the years, if you're charging the developer too much up front to start with, it can make the development uneconomic. But of course, by the time you're ready to issue title, then you're moving into the sales situation. Of course, realistically, the developer is not paying for this. It's the final purchaser of the land. but by getting the developer to pay for it, we know that the council will get money back, as opposed to trying to collect it off the purchaser of the land at some time in the future when they may build. So it doesn't, we don't feel that for new developments it's appropriate to rate it at the time of building. It must be at the time of the issue of title. We feel that where there is significant public benefit, there is no need to forego a development levy. Some people have been of the opinion that if there's to be additional green space made available within the development, facilities such as walkways, etc., there should be a wavering or a reduction of the development levy. We don't believe that's appropriate because, of course, anything that the developer includes in his development along those lines only enhances the value of his development and what he's going to pass on in the future anyway. So we feel that it's just one levy across for everybody that does the development. So that just about sums up the feelings of our committee on the subject of the development levy.
Pretty much along the same lines. I think one of the things that's happening now, picking up on a previous speaker, on Peter. Yeah. One of the things that's happening out at Wairuweri is with the land that was made available and this building that's been going on there now for a number of years, is listening to a previous presenter, is affordability, is if the priority is to put housing in the area and put people into houses, then out there's been land banking going on, which makes it over time very quickly, pegging the price up, so then it becomes too expensive. So I'm not too sure, whether in the developers, I'm not too sure how many may be out our way looking to build. It's probably about 3 or 4, beyond Graham Baggery and others. As to whether that's a feature or a component of the thinking that housing does go on there fairly quickly without it, speculating just on the land itself, as recognised as a shortage of land. That's one point. The other point is that special vehicle SPVs, I think you call them, is a consideration for funding of this. People out there that I've spoken to are not keen on having to pay for anything extra. And I know you may for Plan Change 4, Te Riki, and Plan Change 5, which is out our way for 700 houses, is that the effect of all of that, the risk that's over there, doesn't translate into a risk over in our area. So there's a reluctance by the local community to avoid what Te Riki may present as in the auditor's report, as presented itself out there, or the flow-on effect from that to us. The other thing is water is an issue out there, and I know that the priority will be lower there, but dealing with the town supply first, and then going and then working your way out there. So, with the developers building out there, there's a water tanks, or is it going to be this in the future, or how far out does it go, or how much of the planning? Because a lot of the detailed planning, from what I've seen reading through all the council documents and that, there's a lot of budgetary estimate stuff in there, and upon which rates are being determined at. And that seems to be a little bit hard because, with the rate increases of 6.8%, depending on whether it's rural, or 6%, or sorry, 8%, 8 and 8.5%, I saw, might be a bit premature given that things are not going to happen straight away at our way.
Okay, so have we any questions of Councillor Brown?
Could I just ask you to turn your lights off? You didn't defend your for a citizen, yours is fine.
Thanks, Bruce, and good Peter. Nice to see you again. I'm just interested in your committee's position on harmonisation. Given a couple of times you've said existing ratepayers shouldn't be funding development. And I think I just heard you say, I think Peter, that so you mean that obviously Wairuwiri people having to pay more. With harmonisation, obviously development contributions, or the intent of them being to pay for the direct cost to hook up to that infrastructure, that's council infrastructure. The modelling shows there's various costs in different parts of the district. So, you know, a cost in Levin is very different than the actual intent of the costs in Wairuwiri, say Foxton. So I'm just interested on your harmonisation view, where, in effect, you are going to be if people in Wairuwiri are paying a harmonised rate cost of development contributions, you are in effect subsidising other people in the district. So I'm just wondering how you got to harmonisation.
Yeah, and I guess we're called back sometime in the future to discuss the PPC 5, when we get into that, we believe that the council have a major cost in infrastructure, because we're not happy. I mean, whilst we support the plan as such, we're not happy with the council's lack of planning for infrastructure and that. But that's a little bit further down the road. That's why we're saying, hey, harmonisation right across, because when we get to the discussion on the plan changes for Wairuwiri, we will want to be more firm on the infrastructure that we see as necessary, which would actually could possibly mean that the cost of development at Wairuwiri could be higher than Levin or Foxton. But it's, as we say, harmonisation is what it is, and of course, if it's district-wide, then it's we're not trying to develop one area at a cheaper rate than others, which we also feel can be a disadvantage in the long term. It tends to make could possibly make lower socio-economic development occurring in some areas as opposed to others. So that's where the support for the harmonisation really comes from.
There is also a natural tension out there, because there's no water reticulation, it's either bore or rainwater. And in the last long-term plan, council had put aside some $20.2 or $3 million without the detail being in place. It was just the policy, the strategy, and the actual operational aspects and the budgeting detail needed to be done and consulted back to the community. So there's that conflict. So developer contributions, you know, might deal with one end of the equation, and there's the flow-on effect with that. Whether that's still in I couldn't really find it again. So whether it's still there, other than to hear that council have done some more work in it, but we weren't consulted on it, that they promised to do previously. So there's that tension. So that's where the harmonisation, perhaps on that aspect, might.
Bruce, I'd also be curious to understand why you think, the reason why we may reduce development contributions could be for a special project like an affordable housing or social housing project. You've said immediately that you don't believe that there's any scope for reducing, and that was the sort of things that we were thinking about or tossing around as to whether we would. Do you have any further opinion on that?
Well, we've really read it maybe somewhat slightly different on that, because what the way we've interpreted that is that we're looking where there's a social benefit, as we say, such as green space, enhancement of walkways, etc., etc. It's all land that's been made available by the developer, but as I say, that only enhances the value of the development. We probably haven't given a lot of consideration to social housing, because it's perhaps, this PPC 5 does include some smaller sections which could possibly be social housing. I don't really know what the plans are, why the plan is for that reduced area, but it's not something that's sort of expected at Wairuwiri Beach currently. It's not part of where we're looking, really.
We are We are aware from, because we have a relationship with the local iwi out there, and I know it's, well, not I, we, committee are aware of the cost and affordability of housing, and in the discussions, the treaty issue and the Crown land that's owned where the forest resides on at the moment, we're aware it's not being set aside for treaty settlement, but the local iwi that we've spoken to and established a relationship through a document that they are aware that could be a potential along the lines of what you're talking about, Mayor.
Look, appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to submit on the development contributions part of this hearing, and as you can appreciate, there are a heck of a lot of things that we have to consider, and we appreciate your input to that. We will see you, I'm not sure, tomorrow. Okay, again, look forward to it. Thank you. Thank you. We are running slightly ahead of time, but Judy, are you ready to come to the table now? Thank you. Welcome and thank you. And you've got 10 minutes, so look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Your Worship, councillors, for giving me the opportunity to speak in this August gathering again. I should have come in a bit earlier because I may be repeating what's been said previously, but it's just it's a personal thing for me. I'm delighted to see development contributions on the table and being considered, and the proposals look very reasonable, really well thought out. But an area of concern for me was the rebates. And it says significant public benefit, which I completely agree with. There should be rebates available there. But to address significant affordability issues seemed to be a pretty big get out of jail card. So I was just wondering what provisions are going to be to define what significant affordability issues were, and that couldn't just be a developer saying, well, if I have to pay this, I won't be able to sell my houses and the area needs housing. So has that been discussed?
So there's no easy answer to that, Judy, but it is part of the consideration, obviously, in terms of the policy that we are considering. And there's a lot of things that we need to consider, whether it's social affordable housing or basically entreaties by developers as to whether they think they would qualify for such a reduction. So there's no easy answer, but obviously that will be a significant part of deliberations when we do it.
Okay. And just on the social housing, is that not a matter for central government?
I think we're all increasingly becoming aware that it needs to be a partnership with all parties. Central government alone won't drive the solution. We have to be party to it, and our housing action plan and developers council all have a part to play in terms of that. Yeah, look, it's not going away, is it? It's growing. So we all need to be sort of in that space and making sure that we're doing our best for our community.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for me? I doubt that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Okay. Well, you are reinforcing, obviously, what a number of other people are saying, which is good. We need to, as many people as possible to engage. So, the fact that you have taken the time, we do appreciate it. And, cheers. And I've just seen you walk in. We are running slightly ahead of time, believe it or not. No, I prefer you didn't come and annoy us, but you're welcome to join to the table and speak to us. Thank you. So, welcome for your annual visit to Council. It's good to see you again, and we do have a little bit of time, so you're welcome to present what you have, and then hopefully there's some time for questions as well.
I'll start with the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group.
Sorry, and just press me button.
Sweet. Okay, I'll start with the Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group. Submission on the Development Contribution Levy, that's up in the plans this year. Welcome. Nice to see you all again. We agree that a Development Contribution Levy needs to be reintroduced. The fund collected needs to be used for growth infrastructures of road, water, wastewater and stormwater services. The system of charging the Development Contribution Levy needs to be simple and easy to understand by all. The levy needs to be charged at the same point in the development and at the same rate to all developers, both big multi-section developers or small two-lot subdivisions. The most efficient method of charging should be implemented, i.e. all charged and paid for prior to Council releasing the 224 certificate. This would capture all developers. Our group also believe that the amount charged should be on a sliding scale. The higher amount charged to the section that receives all the services, say somewhere in the vicinity of $10,000, down to an amount of say $2,000 per section if the section receives only the use of local road and network. Sections that receive some services will be charged a figure in between these two amounts. I've had Jeff just mention to me also that there was discussions a little bit early before I got here about the previous time that Development Contribution Levy was on. And it was, I believe, it was retrospective, I know that because you picked a date on it that the title issued and that's when it was charged from, regardless of when you purchased the title. There needs to be clarification. Last time round, I believed it wasn't just on new titles, it was on all sorts of things. There just didn't seem to be any great clarity or rhyme or reason as to who got charged and who did not. And it would be nice to know what the plan is. Are we talking just new sections? Are we talking new building permits for houses, etc.? And I'm going to cover that in mine and Brian's submission in the next few minutes. So that's it for the Farmers Group.
Are there any questions in relation to what Anne has just talked about there? Just curious, Anne, in terms of how you reached that figure of, say, 10,000. Did you have any science behind that, or was it just a figure that you thought was a reasonable amount?
I think, well, there's no science attached to it whatsoever. It's just basically a figure that I think is a reasonable amount. There will need to be some sort of calculations attached to it, but I just know that last time round it was a dog of a system, and which I'll also cover in here. But I just think that you've got to weigh up between, if you make it too high, the development's going to leave Levin and the Horowhenua, and it's going to go somewhere where it's cheaper. So you've got to weigh that up. And I just think that it needs to be just one figure, not this figure here and that figure there, and where's the boundary between Foxton and Foxton Beach, and who gets charged this and who gets charged that, and it's just that. They're the figures.
So I'm not sure whether you've had a look at the draft policy, but there is some science in behind how those figures are calculated in terms of the projected infrastructure development that is needed for any growth in those areas. So again, there is different development amounts for different areas. So that's where your suggestion that harmonisation should be right across the district. In our policy that's projected is that we have different amounts for different areas, because it may not cost as much in places like Shannon and Foxton as it might do in Levin and Taraika. And I just wondered what your thoughts were around that.
Having said that, wouldn't all the development that's been done to point in Foxton, because you say Foxton's now got plenty of capacity, but who funded that? All the ratepayers, the whole Horowhenua ratepayers funded that development in Foxton. They funded that development in Tokomaru. They funded that development in Shannon. It wasn't just the people in that little area that funded it. So if we're all going to fund that development, admittedly in the past, why doesn't everyone fund the development going forward?
Jennings.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify the point around harmonisation and cross-subsidisation, because based on the policy as it's drafted at the moment, there's some indicative figures in there, and so a development contribution for a rural zoned property at the moment would be $2,000 versus a lot in the Taraika development, which is around $19,500. So a harmonisation approach would obviously see the Taraika figure come well down and the rural figure go well up. And I just wanted to clarify that you're actually advocating for that.
I'm going to say more about Taraika in a couple of minutes, but my theory on Taraika is you're wasting land up there by cutting it down to such large sections, and that you need to look seriously at this is a golden opportunity to chop it right down to 600-700 square metre sections over the whole jolly lot, put the sewer in there, and every extra section is going to reduce that 19,000 down. It's going to basically make it far more economical. It's going to do what the government is asking you to do, which is intensify housing, get housing affordable, don't waste good land. This is class 3 up there, and it's the land you should be chopping up, not your class 1 and 2. I mean, so it scares me that you're going to put these big 2,000 square metre sections up there, which will be wasted land, and then you're going to move on to the next block, which might be 1 and 2 land, and we don't need to lose that. And that's my big concern. And that would bring down Taraikas to start with. If you put a lot more houses up there, and a lot more smaller sections up there, and basically really not intensify, that's the wrong word, went with medium density housing up in there, you would have more sections, you'd have more lots, you'd have $10,000, and you'd have your money that you need.
I'm just curious, Anne, did you submit to the plan change for Taraika at all?
Oh, yeah.
You have, okay, cool. So there obviously will be an opportunity to talk in support of that. Okay, cool. Okay, so if you want to move on to your yours and Brian's submission.
Okay. So Brian and I agree that the development contribution levy needs to be reintroduced. Funds collected need to be used for growth infrastructure. Last time round, the system for charging the levy was complicated, and some of the levies being charged were prohibitive. Some levies got charged at the time of the issue of the 224, some got charged at the time the building application was issued. So at times there were people who purchased a section from a private owner, not the developer, and were surprised some months later when they submitted their building application that there was an additional fee to pay that they had not been advised about. An example of this is in 2009 when we moved to Gladstone Road. A council officer advised me that our development contribution levy would be $17,500. I inquired as to what that would cover and was told that Gladstone Road would get a sewer connection in the next 20 years. Take note, that was 12 years ago. At the time, I was also assured that the levy paid would be ring-fenced and utilised for that sole purpose. Can today's council officers confirm to me that the funds are still ring-fenced and available for that purpose? The system of charging the development contribution levy needs to be simple and easily understood by all. Council needs to implement the KISS theory. Keep it simple. The levy needs to be charged at the same point in the development and at the same rate to all developers, both big multi-section and smaller 2-lot subdivisions. as I say, the most effective way is to charge it at the time the 224 certificate is issued. If a developer is not in a position to pay the amount up front, there can be a system of bank guarantees issued by the developer's bank to support the payment required, and the need to pay the levy is lodged against the rates information of the parent title and all the subdivided titles. The developer can then pass on the cost of the levy to the buyer of the section. The buyer of the section should be confident they will only incur the normal costs of building a home, not a major shock of an unpaid levy. We are concerned about clause 3.6.1 on the draft, page 20 of the draft policy, which covers the remitting or reducing of the development contribution if the applicant can prove that the development provides a significant public benefit or address significant affordability issues. One would say that the assumed growth in the Horowhenua, that any subdivision will fall into those categories, as the development would be of public benefit, as it is providing additional housing, and with additional supply you would naturally believe that the cost would fall as supply outstrips demand. As soon as you start making dispensations, then the policy will become unworkable and subject to different levels of interpretation. Remember the KISS theory. We strongly support a one price for all policy. Make the development contribution levy the same figure for any new section. The current proposed varying levels of cost will create a winners and losers situation. Suddenly, the cheaper areas will get developed, the more expensive will be ignored. This will continue to contribute to the ongoing urban sprawl that we have, the loss of good class 1 and 2 farming land to lifestyle blocks, and may even see the uptake of Tara Ika slowed. Remember that Horowhenua grows, approximately 30% of the vegetables consumed in New Zealand? We don't want to go the same way as Pukekohe. At this point, I would guess that there are council officers saying that 10,000 section, the cost of new infrastructure in Tara Ika will be more than the levies collected. This is simple to correct. Firstly, ratepayers have been advised via the media that some of the funding for Tara Ika has already been received through a government grant. So that granted money amount needs to be removed from the calculation if it has not already been. And secondly, decrease the size of the sections so that you can increase the amount of levy received, a simple matter of economies of scale. That's it.
Any questions for Anne in respect of that submission? Councillor Brand.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I just touching on harmonisation again, your point around harmonisation. So you look at the costs of, and I'm not sure if you've seen the modelling that shows the different costs.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, okay. So, quite large costs in like Sullivan and Tarika in particular, less cost in the likes of Waitara and Foxton Beach. So, when we're talking about obviously DCs, it's that direct cost of accessing that infrastructure, which is what those modelling prices, those values have been modelled at. I was wondering your thoughts around the fairness of that of people who want to build in the likes of Foxton Beach, Foxton Beach and Wairara, where they probably have already got direct extra costs in terms of ground mitigation, liquefaction requirements, geotech testing, etc. And then having to basically subsidise other growth areas in the district, where we're talking about a direct cost of the DCs rather than a rate over many years. So, has that been factored in your thinking at all?
Yeah. I think I'll go back to the comment that how have you funded the infrastructure of wastewater, water and everything in Foxton over the last couple of years? How's that been funded that Foxton now has that surplus capacity? It's been just straight out of the rates. The rates has gone towards.
Just not further than do you think that's still an equitable balance? And I understand what you're saying there, but do you think in terms of the different costs of accessing infrastructure in the likes of Tarika and the size of so you're talking large numbers of properties, large amount of development contribution, where that will significantly affect the cost of the build in the other areas that aren't incurring that cost. So even given what you're saying, do you still think there's a could potentially be an imbalance there?
Well,
I'm not saying right or wrong, I'm just asking the question. Yeah.
I just think what will end up happening is, and everyone's got the choice where they live.
if you're saying, yeah, there's all the added costs of doing your groundworks and everything out at Wateroo Beach, everyone lines up and it weighs up what they can and can't afford. And if they say, well, it's going to cost us another $20,000 to live in Taraika just to pay the development contribution, but it's only going to cost us $3,500 to live in Foxton, they might say, well, the 15 minutes drive, actually we might be better off up there. The same with Wateroo. If it's going to cost us $20,000 or $30,000 to do the groundworks, well, maybe we look somewhere else. Is there a section where we don't have to do that sort of work? Everyone makes their own choices based basically on their budget. And what I'm trying to say is we need to not price Taraika off the face of the earth. And it concerns me that it's going to be 20,000 plus GST, and you're going to go and put all this infrastructure in up there, and it's not going to have the uptake, and then we're going to have another massive debt burden to add to the debt burden we've already got. It can be on a sliding scale. And I'm just picked 10,000. It might be that it needs to be a little bit more. I've just picked a round figure, but I just think that it needs to be harmonised over the whole district. The whole district, like your Levin ratepayers, put in the money for Shannon, for Foxton. As a ratepayer in Levin, I didn't say, hey, look, I don't want my rate money going up there. I want it spent only in Levin. So it's kind of like you've harmonised everything else you do, so why not?
Deputy Mayor Mason.
Thanks, Anne. As always, good to have your submission. And one of the challenges we have had is that infrastructure has, in lots of instances, had to be funded by debt, and balancing that. So considering a draft policy is one of the ways of considering how we might manage increasing that debt for the future. But I just wondered, and it is really useful to hear your opinion on the previous policy, and we had another submitter today who spoke about when that policy came in. But this policy, there's been a lot of thought put into sort of making it, as you say, keeping it simple, or making sure that it is easy to understand if it indeed does become adopted. Did you have an opinion? Because I think there was uncertainty about what might trigger a development contribution before. On page 17, the table of explanation that talks about what a unit of demand is. Did that, as a submitter who pays a lot of attention, did that seem to be a reasonable approach that had been taken at that point of the policy?
I can be honest, I didn't read it. I looked at that and thought, oh yeah, right, okay. I sort of think that it's for the infrastructure, so therefore it needs to be done at the time that the titles are issued. It needs to be done and paid for, because you can have a vacant section up there, but you've put all of the infrastructure in there. You've incurred the cost of putting the infrastructure in there. So, and I'll go back to Taraika. If you don't get the uptake, you will have put in the multi-millions to get the infrastructure up there, to get the subdivision going, and you're waiting until someone finally buys it. And Gladstone Road, and I'll admit it, we're in Taraika, and I'll admit to that, but Gladstone Road, if you look at what is the Horowhenua Drive area and their subdivision, when we went up there in 2009, there were a handful of houses, 3 or 4, and they sat and sat and sat for so long. And then suddenly it took off. But they just, if you were waiting for the development contribution levy on those houses and going to charge it on when they put in their building permit, you would have missed out completely, because a lot of them didn't get built until after we rescinded the last development contribution levy. So, okay, Horowhenua Drive hasn't got much in the line of facilities. It's got town water in some of the sections. It's got the roading. But if you look at Taraika and you're going to put everything in up there and then they just sit, you've incurred all the cost and waiting for people to do a building permit. Whereas if you get it from the developer from the get-go, he can hand it on very, very quickly. And I did at work have people who had bought sections out off Tifonga Road and didn't realise that the development contribution levy had never been paid. And they bought it from someone who bought it from someone who bought it from the developer. And when they romped in here, submitted the building plan, and got a hell of a fright, because they didn't realise it hadn't been paid. So that's why I say it's, you don't want to, you want to get it right in the get-go when you've just got, you've got your debt to pay sort of thing. That's how I feel anyway.
Thanks, Anne. Look, we have got a little bit of time. I want to just explore your comment around no dispensation of it. In the days that we have confronting us in terms of the housing issues that confronting the whole country, if housing compassion housing rather came to us and said, I want to build 100 affordable homes for those in emergency housing, would that not, for you, trigger something that says maybe we shouldn't charge development contributions for a thing like that? And I'm wondering, the next step would then be in our draft policy to make sure that we define exactly what is that sort of significant affordability issue or that significant public benefit better, so that people understand what we're trying to get at.
You need to, if you can put it into the policy that it's set up as exactly in a box, if you fill this box. But if it's all wiffly waffly, you're going to have people saying, oh, well, I'm building these houses and they're going to be just wonderful and I think you should give us a dispensation. Maybe it's a percentage dispensation. Maybe if you are a recognisable, like you say, the Homes Compassion people or Habitat Homes or that sort of thing, yes, maybe you get charged 50% less or 30% less or whatever. But the way it's written, I just read it and thought, well, everyone's going to say, hey, look, we're putting houses there and people are short of houses, so you should just not charge us. And I don't want to see that happening either. And as for affordable housing, this is a complete side issue. Why are all these houses that Transit bought empty?
That is another side issue that we won't get into now, definitely. All right, no, look, appreciate again your contribution and thank you for the work that you do in behind the scenes.
No worries.
Thank you. Mr. Roach, are you free to come to the table now? Thank you. Yes, it is for the people who are on Zoom. Yes. Oh, is it? Yeah, that's right. Welcome. I'm assuming that you are talking on behalf of the Foxton Community Board in terms of the development contribution policy. Well, welcome, Trish and David. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Yes, we are here to talk about the development contribution. I've got some clarity on it. Right, thank you, Dave. Once I got a little bit of clarity, I wondered why we were speaking twice, but I see it was divided into different groups, so the clarity was there for me. The board has talked about development contributions and they supported council as draft. I've also had a look in there along the other document which sets out the differences in different areas and support council's logic behind that as well. I don't believe that one logic across one cost across the whole district will work. It'll work, but it's not fair because there are different values in different land and different places you want to live. So that's sort of, pretty brief, but that's it. Apart from my deputy here's got all the notes. So I'll pass them on to you.
Right, so our opinion is when a development contribution is collected, it does need to be ring fenced, so it's just not lost just in the big pot of the council money. And discount for non-affordables, rather than a full dispensation, a discount, according to what the need is, but we do need a strict criteria. I certainly agree with Mrs. Thomas, who came beforehand. there needs to be, so it's not just on someone judges it and it's their opinion. It depends on everyone's mood for the day. So that's about it really, because we don't want to go back to where we were when the development contributions were there before. That development was hindered because of the high cost of doing things and live in. And that was commercial properties that said, well, no, we're just not going to build here. We're going to go elsewhere. So we just need to keep it, keep it affordable for people. And that's really about it. Any questions? Yeah.
Any questions? Councillor Al.
And to be fair, I probably should have asked Anne this too, because when on the issue of reductions, Mr. Mayor, and you have focused on affordable housing as an example. However, there are other examples too, and I guess I'm trying to get my head around this. Let's put it in a box and make it inflexible and strict criteria. So, for example, I think an example we're giving of an SPCA being set up in our district. There is no personal gain. There is no. It is about serving the community. So I wonder. I guess I'm challenging by way of a question the idea that there should be a strict and flexible list as opposed to setting criteria and examining case by case under those criteria. So how do you feel?
Yes, I don't think the word strict is probably, it should be more firm than strict, because it is just sad to say, but there are many, many examples of sham organisations, sham charities that set up under that particular guise of a charity, and it's just one way of being able to get all the discounts and the dispensations. So that's the only thing that we'd have to worry. And, to say that people don't do sham things is not realistic. I'm not going to mention what organisations that may or may not do, because I don't want to have an uproar. But everybody knows of these different sham charities that are set up. So we just have to be a bit careful.
In terms of the harmonisation issue, we've seen some major increases in the value of land, especially in Foxton over the last few years. So it is almost becoming closer to some of the land values that are around the rest of the district. And I just wondered, in terms of you saying that there are different land values there, therefore there should be different development contributions applied, how you would think that, so where, especially in Foxton Beach, for example, where there is less land available, compared to what Foxton Centre itself, where there does appear to be significant land opportunities, how you see that working in terms of the differences that there exist between the two.
I think I go back. I take your point that the land value have raised in Foxton. I would have said when the development contributions were in before, it set at about, figure about 14,000. There was actually more money in it for council than anyone developing their section. So there was a big imbalance, a major imbalance, and that's detrimental. Sections are still lower value in Foxton. And when you look at what infrastructure cost, it's actually less infrastructure required in Foxton than what you will be when you're developing Levin. And your village green is one prime example. Why would you want to pay the same development levies in Foxton when you've got the cost of going up to Levin into the new subdivision or the new development? The only other thing that I would like to add, and I was against development levies before, come along here and I made submissions after submissions, but one of the things that I think this council wants to be very wary of is if things, it's all right now while we're on a high in the development and we're all talking growth, we carried on with development levies during the recession, and that was very detrimental to development in this district. And so it must be something that council wants to be wary of, thinking about. It's just not a blanket that's going to be there forever. You want to be, I think you want to be flexible. I know the point will come about and they'll say, oh, well, we paid it, why shouldn't they be paying it? But if you get into a recession situation, a building recession, why would you want to keep money knocking it? So it's just something that I feel that should be mindful that we did do, and I think it was detrimental to the district.
Councillor Jennings. Mr. Roach, can I just clarify, so based on that final point, are you suggesting building into the policy some sort of very regular monitoring or review of the policy, perhaps to ensure that things are tracking as they're planned? I mean, and sort of what sort of interval are you suggesting?
I think it should be reviewed. I won't say yearly. It should be a period, yes. And
Fit for purpose.
normally we talk, but the purpose of the word my partner here told, but yes, I think there should be. I think it should be reviewed, should be looked at. Council should have that in their policy to say that it can be. Whether it's every 5 years. You're talking a 20-year plan out here. We do not know what 20 years. 20 years ago, I sat here and we were in that building recession. And it's changed. And I suppose you don't think about the past, but in hindsight, no one thought 20 years. And so 20 years, a lot happens in 20 years. So I'd like to see that in the policy. Yes, there would be the vision. Right?
Councillor Al.
So just, because an interesting discussion in terms of first principles. So in a recession, perhaps do away with development contributions. Am I hearing that right?
Reduce.
Or reduce.
Yeah.
By implication then, those developments which continue to occur, albeit at a lesser rate, are paid for by the ratepayers in one of the poorest districts in New Zealand, the costs of that growth. So I guess I'm just wondering, in terms of a first principles discussion around development contributions, why should that principle not apply at all times, albeit tweaked, when the consequence of not applying it is to put an additional burden on ratepayers many of whom can't afford to meet those costs?
You always give me the curly ones.
I'm pushing this table.
Is that what's happening? Oh, yeah. Yes, I take your point, Mr. Allen, and that's what I just said before. There will be those that would come along after and build during the recession. The alternative is nobody will build. And then it will fall back on the ratepayers.
That's why, as its first principle, that the development contributions scheme needs to be written, that it's fit for purpose. And what's fit for purpose in this 5 years may not be fit for purpose in another 10 years. So that's just the tweaking I think that we're talking about. It's not to be totally having there's no development contributions, but just we need to look at what the area's doing, what's happening, and what the development contributions are. I think there's always a place for them, but they just need to be fit for purpose. If we want to hold our development, if we want to increase our development, if we want to encourage it, or put it in different ways, it just needs to be fit for purpose.
Thank you. Any further questions? None? Thank you, Tricia. Thank you, David. I appreciate the time, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Yes. And Thursday, is it? Okay, can't wait. Welcome, Michael, and it's good to see that you've arrived early, and appreciate that. So, you're welcome again. I know you've been here before, and so it's good to see you, and thank you for taking the time to contribute. We do have a few minutes, so you're welcome to say what you want, and if there's time for questions, hopefully, there will be some. So leave it in your hands.
Okay, so the basis of my submission, really, I was sort of almost sort of speaking to your point that you're making about a recession. I think that every indicator that we should be considering going forward is that we are on the precipice of a recession based on group debt. And when I say group debt, I mean, our council, our government debt, and our people's debt. We have come at a boom, but it's not been on productivity from exports or from, when we talk about growth, it's been from cheap money. And that cheap money has meant that, well, there might have been a lot more houses built, but there's been a lot more debt generated. So if you look at the average home, farming owes $63 billion. The average farm mortgage might be 3 or 4 million. So whereas 20 years ago, as what was said before, we did have a growth, we had a recession and then we went through a growth period, but that was based on exports. And those exports were 2/3 more than what we imported. Today, we actually import food. So we actually are at a situation where this is the first year just finished where we've imported $1.4 billion worth of produce, goods, above what we've exported. Now that all comes at a shock problem. So as soon as it goes into shock, which the only way to cool the housing market is to raise interest rates. So as soon as interest rates rise, and that's on everything, then that creates a reverberating shock that goes through. And that shock, we must anticipate that shock is coming. The COVID epidemic was a situation where that shock buffer, that government lending through the creation of bonds, was a period of time where the government could sell bonds on the private market and then turn that into currency and release it out into the economy. That's the growth that we are continuing to see, but it only continues as long as the government keeps releasing money out into the economy. Like we've all come to the realisation that potentially the 4-lane highway may not continue or come to fruition as quickly as what we may have thought, or it might, it's up in the air. But when you look at the blowouts on some of these big projects and some of the bigger councils and bigger populations and their push for a lot of the development around Auckland, we're probably the very sort of poor fourth cousin of a larger group of communities that are desperate for a road. And, we can all make the argument that by dissecting the country in half, where those accidents always happen and everything grinds to a stop, that this is an urgent thing to do. But, it's still not going to happen in the next, say, 2 years or 3 years. And that would have a great stimulus. And it's something that is a headwind looking forward, plus our debt that we have. Development contributions, I think that this council has been very progressive, and I think that a big pat on the back really needs to go to this council on the last 2 years of operation and the attraction of good businesses and good employers into this district. And that's where our focus should be. We must be divergent in our thinking about what we're wanting this area to be. It's ambitious to want to provide community housing and all that sort of thing, but really we've got to think about how we're going to generate jobs, or how we're going to allow the private sector to generate jobs. And it's very difficult, and I'll speak later about the farming rates, but it's very difficult that our rates are quite high in sort of the business zones and things like that. But more so, there's not any more harvest from that. That's about, we're at our maximum, we're paying 18,000 worth of rates by the time we pay both lot of rates. And ours is not a very big farm. And so
there's no more to mine from that. In fact, when we go into a recession, if we do, potentially we're going to be borrowing to pay rates. So I guess the thing is looking at the long-term plan. I think one of the core things is this is a good decision about development contributions, but we must be realistic. It's probably going to be something that's going to have to be increasingly conservative as it goes further forward, especially if we do get an economic shock. And to think that we wouldn't would be very ambitious, because I think we have to have a shock at some point. We're in a very, very bad situation at the moment in the farming sector, because the subsidies that were paid during the COVID period to beef farming were sort of encouraged to be paid back. So we've actually been subsidising that payment back. So that means that we've taken a cut of $1 a kilo per, every kilo of meat we sell, which means that we're under a significant pressure at the moment, and we've got a significant problem getting produce out of the country because of containers, same as the building industry's got a problem getting stuff in. So that loss in the agricultural sector, which the agricultural sector, like I said, was the thing that actually really gave us sustainable growth, plus the policies that have been generated in the last 3 years, are going to make things incredibly difficult. Even forget the policy, whether ideologically you agree with it, in trying to navigate these policies for us as farmers and councils even, it's going to be incredibly hard, because these policies come with no handbook of how to actually interpret them. And I guess that's the other thing that I sort of think that is quite important that we've got to realise is, I think a lot of the community doesn't realise how much of an important thing it is to have a local council and a regional council. And I think that that's the thing that we've got to be careful of and work together much more, because there is a growing push to centralise all of these sorts of things like health boards and things like that into a more or a lesser thing to sort of cut costs. It actually doesn't work. But we've got to get this next 20 years right, otherwise we will fall victim to that. I've got to speak later on other things, so if there was anything that anybody did want to ask me about that, I certainly agree with harmonising the development contributions, and I think it's actually really, really awesome that this will actually put probably a reason why we haven't all got along as a community, because it's felt unequal. And I think that it's a good time to put that policy in, and hopefully be a stronger community and more engaging.
Thank you, Michael. So just clarifying that, you are agreeing that harmonisation should occur?
Yes, I think so. I think as far as the question of if for affordable housing, that's in a government policy. A government must, they take taxes off us, they should pay that development contribution to us, and we shouldn't be backward about that. We should be quite confident that we can supply affordable housing here in the Horowhenua better than any other district can, but not through a private-public partnership from the private sector.
Any further questions for Michael? Councillor Al.
So, Michael, thank you for your presentation. On the issue of harmonisation, I'm still not quite sure of how you're guiding us. So harmonisation is about, regardless of where the development occurs in the district, the developer pays the same amount. And in your submission you say to harmonise a portion but direct rate brand new areas or high density, high dependence. So could you just help me understand that point of difference?
Yeah. So what I mean by that is where you
So we're going into a district-wide standard rate as a base figure, which, if poo hits the fan, that's the only one that's left. Whereas where we're going into far-reaching areas where services have to be carried much further, that should be an additional cost, and those parts should be variable. So I think the standard rate, I'm sort of suggesting this on the basis that as a district we provide a basic level of services through the council, and those all cost the same no matter what. But for the specific development, that part there's generic, but this part here will be very specific. And so, in a way, it becomes a tool to stop development where you don't want it. If you know what I mean, I hope, because it is a very difficult policy to set.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your, and we look forward to hearing from you tomorrow or Thursday.
No, later on today.
Later on today?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I do, I sort of just wanted to make a comment around your dire economic predictions, and I hope that, the world is a heck of a lot better in terms of adapting to some of those economic shocks that we do get these days, and that we don't we aren't on that precipice like you think that we
Well,
might.
I mean, in saying that, look, one thing that we've got in spades is we're always going to have enough food to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Look forward to hearing you later. Thank you. So, our next submit is not till 2:10, but I'm suggesting that we start again at 2 o'clock. So we'll have a break till 2 o'clock.
One question to clarify before you go to break, which is my submission.
Can I come and talk to you then?
Starts to be backwards and forwards, you can't work it out.
Oh, okay. Well, so you don't expect me to answer it then, do you?
I just want to ask the question.
Okay. So maybe Ashley might be able to help me.
Just, we've been talking, and Barry Judd talked about it on your computer before, that the contributions are beyond all new lots, which you go back to in this section which says that the council has decided that it will not seek development contributions for any existing lots of development already established, and it will not require the applicant to show the development contribution. That's fine. But then it carries on further over and talks about the development contribution on buildings. So is this development contribution on the lots, or is it on any new buildings? Because it's supposed to be only on lots. That's what I want clarified.
I can clarify that for you. So it's on any additional lots after the policy is adopted, and then any buildings that create additional unit of demand on a lot. So if there is a section with a house on it, and you put an additional house on that sectional lot, that creates an additional unit of demand, which then there will be a development contribution charged on that after the policy has been adopted, if it's adopted. So it's on lots, additional lots that cause units of demand, and additional buildings, excluding, you'll see within here, farm buildings, so sheds, hay sheds. No, you don't in that instance, because the lot has already been paid for. But if you're putting another house, so 2 houses on that, then yes, there will be 1 unit of demand, because you're creating another unit of demand on that lot. Yeah.
This development contributions are on new lots. So if you want to build a new wolf shed or a cow shed?
No, it would not apply because it's excluding farm buildings.
Actually, just to clarify, so take a empty lot in the middle of Levin at the moment, hasn't been developed. If it's got services essentially to the boundary, then if someone develops that property, there's no, if they build a house on that, that's where you're saying that there's no additional unit of demand because it's already paid
Correct,
for
because
it.
they've already deemed to have paid
Yeah.
their contribution.
So if a lot has been created though, and the services aren't to the boundary of that property, does that then trigger that unit of demand?
So if it's in the middle of town and the lot has been created and there's no services, which there would be if we're in a residential area, you wouldn't pay development contribution because the lot has already been deemed to pay its contribution. So if we're talking infill, so you're subdividing your back section off, you are then creating an additional unit of demand. So you would pay it in that instance, but if it was an empty lot and you're putting one house on there, then it's only one unit of demand, there would not be a charge.
Are you comfortable with that answer, Jeff? Oh, not, I'm sorry, I shouldn't answer that. You don't answer that. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, councillors. We'll now invite the Federated Farmers to the table. Welcome, Jeff. Are you by yourself today? Oh, and we're down the... Okay.
No, good morning, good afternoon, is it, so far? Thank you, councillors and Mayor, for this chance to present Federated Farmers. Now, you have a brochure of a statement from Kylie in front of you. And I just basically, we've all talked about the financial contributions. We all know the history of it and what a bad taste it left in our mouths from the last one. Some paid, some didn't. It was collected at wrong times. If you're about to employ some people for the town, then you got let off. It was just a dog's breakfast. So you have to get this one right. And unfortunately, when we get onto harmonisation, there's no way that a rural house or whatever with no services need to be charged the same as a town where it's got. So the rural might get the swimming pool and the library access and so on, but they're not getting sewerage and water and all the rest. So even on harmonisation, you have to have two fees. So a rural one and the rest. But then you get into, and Bernie, the Mayor, brought up the one of affordable housing, and we're wanting to do something similar in Shannon. And you start to think, hey, if we're up for 7 times 10,000 each, it's taking it out of the pockets of the people that we want to help. So yeah, I tend to agree with the figures which the council has done. So that's where I'm afraid the rural ratepayers and Federated Farmers are disagreeing with each other as far as they want harmonisation and we are tending to. So if we just run through this, I think you've got the Federated Farmers sheet in front of you. So we support the adoption of the draft development policy in part, but development contributions should not be an easy out for council's lack of prudential financial management, nor a justification for further unreasonable expenditure. So what we're saying is that we can't just bring in financial contributions and say, bloody good job, now we can afford to spend 30 million on Donnelly Park. This is for necessary upgrading of the town. And Dunedin City Council, they were in the cart with their debt, and so brought in financial contributions to try and reduce their debt. So it's an easy out rather than looking after rates. When it doesn't work, when you're taxing the minority, and I think that Councillor Allen was sort of referring to that when we talk about back when there was no growth in the town, and it was basically being taxed onto people that were trying to afford a house and couldn't. And so in that case, you don't want it to be taxing just the minority, you want it to be a good number. And what's the minority? This year, 300 new houses. So therefore, we've got a reasonable number going on compared to the 10 houses I think Levin got down to. Extra cash doesn't mean going for gold plated. So we've seen councils lift their level of service to add on income from that. So, well, because we've got development contributions bringing in this amount of money, we don't want to see you just sort of say, oh, well, that's great, we can go and buy new cars for the council everywhere or something of this nature. It's got to be for what it's designed for. And I just want possibly clarification, but when we had development contributions before, you were only allowed to use them for parks and reserves. You weren't actually allowed to use the development contributions for infrastructure at that stage. So I presume the law's changed now that you can use development contributions for anything to do with infrastructure. But back when we had I'm pretty sure we were told that it could only be used for parks and reserves, and so that's all right. Unintended consequences, limiting the smaller businesses from growing. So, if you've got somebody that's been working from their garage and wants to start up a shop in town or something like that, you've got to be careful that development contributions aren't inhibiting the expansion of business. What it needs if it's going to work, the no use benefit, no charge. So we recommend development be excluded from development contributions charged where there is no direct logical or connection between the development and a greater demand on the activity funded. And she gives a quote of case law for that case. So there needs to be a link that you are actually going to get a service for what you're paying the development levy for. So in other words, and I know I've had that clarified beforehand, but for example, if we were putting a new wool shed or a new cow shed on a farm, there's no way we'd be wanting to pay a development contribution because we're getting nothing extra out of the town. Following on from no benefit, council needs to exclude outright development that will use limited council infrastructure. So that's very similar there. And so therefore we need it clarified fairly carefully that farm buildings, and we take for an example, even somebody that's built a nice house on a lifestyle block, but so many of them build a nice 3-bay hay shed barn alongside it. And that barn is not going to create any more demand on the council infrastructure. So we have to be careful that that barn or that flash car shed, if you like to call it, is not creating extra demand on this fee. Provision for feedback flexibility. Federated Farmers also recommends that council allow for provision for and accurately inform those asked to pay the development contributions of their ability to apply for exemptions where the developer feels there is no such connection. And so that is very similar, but I just sort of feel, and I think that came back up in the discussion before when you were talking about, should an SPCA or should another something of that nature be charged it. So I think we do have to have some flexibility in the development contributions where the council or a staff member or something has some discretion to be able to say, in order that we get affordable housing or in order that the SPCA gets it. I know that it's hard to set a policy and say it's not for everybody, but we've heard of 2 or 3 examples today where this council needs to have a bit of humanitarian about it and have consideration for exemptions. There is another council where annual development contribution discount proportionate to the total rates, and I find that one a bit hard to take myself. The fact that somebody pays $20,000 in rates, should they pay less than our development contribution and all the rest? But we're just using examples from some other provinces. There needs to be fully transparent records, publicly accessible record of development contributions collected, along with how the calculation was reached and where the funds will be directed. There needs regular reporting at council meetings and the opportunity for individual concerns to be heard. So perhaps a triennial meeting to receive an update on development contributions and why somebody, perhaps under the cases we talked about before, would be exempt. Yearly survey, so we know how it's working. Annual review aligned to the annual plan and long-term plan. And the option, perhaps, and it just worries me that it's hard to get a new policy bang straight in that we're going to charge $19,000 for Tarahika straight off. Tarahika is not a bad example because there won't be any houses there for a few years yet. But to go from 0 to full bore is rather hard. Perhaps you should have a year where it's 50% for the first year and then going up. A bit like you've done over lifestyle blocks over the last few years, where you brought them up to maximum rating over 3 or 4 years rather than just over 1 year. Was a possibility. I know it doesn't fit with your budget too good, but that was just another possibility. So I think in reviewing this lot, we need clarification to make sure that it is just charged on new lots. And Ashley has already clarified that it's, if we are going to put a second house on a lot or anything like that, then it will be the second house. So when I talk, or Mua's coming in this afternoon to talk about the rural differential rating and how we've got 800 bare blocks of land which are going to get caught under this new rating. And you think, right, well, if there's 800 bare blocks of land that are going to get a house on them, those 800 can all put a house on without paying development contributions because they're existing lots. So there's certain things that have to be clarified. If those bare lots, if it's a bare 10 acres and it puts a second house on it, then one of those houses will have to pay it. But anybody at present that's got a bare lifestyle block or a bare block of land out Taurua Road or whatever can build a house at present and not have to pay the development contributions. So that's where we got caught the last time. People were saying, hey, you know, we bought this section in 1980, or this development was done in 1980, and when you bought them in 1995 or something like that, all those lots were theoretically exempt, but some had to pay and some didn't have to pay. So you've got to get that clear. I think I'd sooner just sort of open up for questions now on development contributions. So we're not saying we're against them, but you've got to get it right first time or they'll create havoc in the district.
Appreciate that, Jeff. And look, there have been lessons learned from the last time. Most of the present council went around in those the introduction of those previously. Rest assured that the drafting of this policy, the proposed policy, has been as robust and thorough as I have ever seen on any policy that we've instituted before. In terms of the points you've raised, Ashley has been taking notes and will obviously be doing some research and getting back to all of us in terms of some of those questions that you've raised. But does anyone else have any questions specifically for Jeff? Thanks, Jeff. See you later. So, John and Jenny Brown, are they here? They have arrived. Okay. When you say presentation, oh, okay. Our next submitter is just wanting to make a presentation on the screen, so we're just facilitating that. So we're just held up for a minute or so.
speak.
You would.
And then we want to turn it.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for coming. I believe we're just getting the technology organised. Have we? Oh, cool. Okay, it seems to be all under control. So, John, Jenny, Helen, Philip, welcome. I'll leave it in your hands then.
Right, thank you. My name's John Brown, daughters Helen and Philippa. There's a number of subjects we wish to talk on, so we broke it up into 3 sections so we're not repeating ourselves. The first one I'd like to talk on is submissions of development contribution for Taurika. We actually agree on the principle of it, but the conversation for acquisition of privately owned assets is something we are concerned of. The sections 4.3 submission 435 and 463, I'll read that out. Part of the development contribution policy refers to the value of assets or expenditures made by developers in accordance with the requirement under the Resource Management Act will not be used to offset development compensation payment or development. This is an issue we're a little concerned about, so we believe there's greater clarity needed how the value of such assets will be compensated for if the council will not be offsetting the acquisition of privately held property against the development contribution. Then the council needs to provide clarity on how these acquisitions will be compensated for, to allow for developers certainty of how the development will progress, and therefore encourage developers to speedily develop and meet the desired outcomes of Taurika and other developments. In the current format, the draft development compensation policy is silent on what compensation will be provided. This is partly contaminated by the sentence. And this or a proportion of such assets or expenditures can be shown to avoid or reduce the need for the council to incur costs, provided an asset is included in its capital works program. Second point, we recommend to the council that the additional clause be added to the policy to clarify the council intention or compensation. This amendment to the policy is particularly necessary for Taurika Master Plan, which currently has network of closed cycleways, natural and collector roads, which may be deemed necessary by may not be deemed necessary by individual developers unless the policy is clear in the middle of such development. The issue of development contribution to Taurika. Development contribution to Taurika is higher than other catchments, and although there is rationale for most of the higher changes, the higher wastewater charge, for 1,840 for this road, is currently at the greater wastewater line from Queen Street east and Taurika Road and Tura Road. So it is unclear why the future Taurika development contribution is attracting a higher fee infrastructure already put into the ground than in the other areas. The other issues we are concerned about, and I'll hand over to the daughters to carry that on.
Hi, my name's Helen. Hi, my name's Helen. So I'd like to talk about the high development fee that has been, so it's not set, the fees are not set as equal throughout the grids that we've been looking at. Currently, the proposed development fee is high and has the potential to discourage development in the immediate and short term, or potentially putting off development altogether. We propose that the development fee is reviewed down to a level that is more likely to encourage the development that council is requiring within the Taurika Master Plan. So to achieve what the Tararika Master Plan would like, to achieve what their master plan is looking for, and to also encourage that development at a pace that's amenable to the project growing at the rate for the Horowhenua Council. We have noticed that there are some ambitiously high targets, specifically for the Tararika region, which has been partly funded from, but it has been already partly funded from a shovel-ready fund provided by central government. We understand that we understand that the grant has certain restrictions on it, including timeframes. Given the fantastic opportunity that the Shovel Ready Fund is providing for our community, it would be unfortunate if this funding were lost due to current landowners not wishing to pursue immediate development due to the high development contribution fee as it is set at the moment. I will pass over to my sister Philippa.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak on the development contribution, as one of the items that we noted was that the current rates do not reflect the varying size of development. So obviously, as a landowner, you can, if you are choosing to develop your property, you can potentially choose to develop into larger blocks of land or into smaller blocks of land. Currently, the varying development contribution fees are set via catchment, but within those catchments there is no differentiation between the different sizes of property that you might be developing into. Within the Tararika proposed development, there are obviously a number of larger properties that are potentially going to be developed, and a number of smaller properties that are potentially going to be developed. If, for example, a landowner has, say, a 20-acre block, and that landowner is willing to develop, and he or she chooses to develop, say, 80 properties on that 20-acre block, that will amount in a net revenue for the council of $1.5 million. That is obviously a cost to the developer, and it's probably going to mean that the developer is more inclined to only develop those 80 properties, which is good, but it could be better. It could be, say, 200 houses, which would then more meet the needs of the growing population within the Horowhenua District, and it would also more meet the needs of the housing shortage within New Zealand. Say, for example, the same property owner who had the 20 acres decided that he or she would develop 200 houses on that property. They might be put off from doing that if they needed to pay the currently proposed $19,000 per section that they were developing. But let's assume a situation where we were going to amend their development contribution based on the size of the development. Let's say, for example, one of the smaller sites had, say, a 60% contribution fee of the full $19,000. That would come down to $11,715 per site. This would still be a total fee recoverable by the council for that same 20 acres of $2.3 million. That's an extra $800,000 for the council, and it's a bit of a win-win situation. The council receives a greater contribution fee, there is more supply to the market of the houses, it meets the demand of the growing population within the Horowhenua and helps the whole of New Zealand with its current housing supply shortage. It also has the added long-term benefit that there would be an additional, say, 120 homes per annum, 120 homes in that 20-acre block, which, assuming there's 2,500 rates per year per home on that 20 acres, that would be an additional $300K revenue from that one 20-acre block for the Horowhenua District Council. So we recommend that alongside developing a development contribution that considers the different catchments, that we also consider that within those catchments there might be varying sizes of properties that are developed, and that potentially those varying sizes should come at varying contribution fees. I note that you all have a copy of our our notes. So on the last page there is specific feedback that was obviously sought by council in the documentation that came out. Please feel free to read that at your leisure. But if there are any questions that you would like to ask from us, please feel free to ask them now.
Any questions of our submitters? Can I just, sorry, Councillor Allen, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the question specifically of the headed high development fee on the second page, the reasons are given for suggesting that we review it down to a level that's more likely to encourage development, thing that's picked up on the next one. I guess the question, given this whole debate around development contributions and what is driving it, this issue of fairness and so on, who would you suggest would pick up the balance? So if we review it down, where would the balance come from? What source?
Good question. And I guess it's one of those trade-offs, really. There is questions around if, if we were looking at the both the shovel-ready fund and the total amount of development fee contributions that's being received on the proposed 2,500 houses from the Taraika development, I'm not sure if there is a net shortfall. So it's a case of if we were to revise those fees down, would the council still be left without sufficient funding to develop those assets?
I suppose one of the questions that I would have in terms of the general feeling is that with development contributions that it's not the developer actually paying for the development contributions, it is the person who is buying the property and things like that. And that philosophical sort of debate in terms of who pays, a lot of your submission is based around the developer actually doing this, but in most cases they will actually pass that cost directly to the purchaser.
Yes, absolutely. And I guess there's also the other side of it is that in a lot of cases developers would be, perceived developers would be individuals or companies that have done this before or have done a lot of this in the past. And one of the points that we've made on the last page around timing of payment is that, if this policy is passed, we would prefer it to be done to be payable towards the end of the development when the property is being sold. And I guess it's just a case of we're conscious that there will be developers in the future who aren't companies, for example, and for this might be a challenge both in terms of meeting that cash flow requirement, but also funding it out of the development. So we do acknowledge that there is a need to support the council in providing the infrastructure that is needed for these developments. Obviously, it's one of those things where, as a developer who is potentially not in the game of developing, you need to get your head around the fact that this is something that is not just existingly available. And so, yes, I can understand what you're saying in that actually this cost will not actually be borne by the developer themselves, but will be passed on to the end user or end customer. And it does also raise questions around, does that mean that there will be greater that there'll be other areas that are more marketable than others because they're getting a higher development contribution fee passed on. These are all things that are hard to know when you're doing a development.
Deputy Mayor Mason.
Thank you for your submission and appreciate it. Just a couple of questions because I don't believe it came up during the consideration was the lot size that you have brought into the conversation today. Do you know anywhere else in New Zealand that it's happening? Because I'm not aware of anywhere, so.
Sorry, do you mean anywhere else where there are varying
lot sizes?
I'm not aware of any. We did do a brief review of varying development contribution fees, and they were mainly based on location rather than lot size. We are conscious that the lot sizes can be quite variable, and so obviously, like I said, the example we used, you might have 200 houses versus 80. That's quite a difference for someone who's doing a development.
And a supplementary, just on the table on page 17, we've talked about units of demand and what's the creation of a demand on the services of infrastructure. So I just had a question about equity, that somebody who has a 3-bedroom house on an 800 size lot and a smaller 3-bedroom house on a 400 size lot would potentially use the same amount of resources, water and wastewater services. How do you think we would deal with the equity question that might come up around that versus just allocating it as a unit of demand?
Yeah, I see your point, and that is a challenge, because I guess there's also a debate around fixed versus variable price. Is it, if we're having a fixed price like a development contribution fee, is it fair for, say, someone who is on lower income means, who has deliberately chosen a smaller house that they can afford, to be paying the same as someone who has got who's been able to afford a property that's 4 times the size? And again, that's not actually something that you can answer easily, because in one way, equity would say, well, we're trying to make sure that all New Zealanders have the same living standard. But on the other end of the spectrum, you'd say, well, actually, assuming there's the same number of residents in both properties, they'll probably have the same amount of demand on the infrastructure throughout the Horowhenua. So I completely get your point, but there's 2 sides to the equity coin. Thank you.
Councillor Jennings.
Philippa, as part of your submission, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear of this. Is part of your submission actually that allowing for greater density on a, say, 20-acre block, that will actually help to bring down the development contribution fees as well, because essentially the cost of that growth infrastructure is spread over a larger number of people. So is that part of your submission, that actually you're advocating for us to also look at where there are opportunities to perhaps revisit the density or the lot size, minimum lot size rules? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you can see on that second page, where I've chucked out some numbers around the difference in development contribution, where I've said, say for example, if it was 60% of the 19,500 that is currently proposed, and I've deliberately used 60%, even though that's not in proportionately lower than it would be if we were dividing it evenly among the 200 houses. But what I am trying to highlight is that not only is that a one-off change at the beginning of the development, which will still be a higher income for the council, but it's also an ongoing additional revenue which will then actually support maintenance of the infrastructure, which is obviously what is something that we also need to be doing. Otherwise, at some stage it needs to be replaced. So yes, you're exactly right. If we have a higher number of dwellings, yes, it will have a higher pull on the infrastructure, but it will also mean that there are a greater number of potential ratepayers that, in all fairness, may not reside in the Horowhenua if there is not the appropriate number of dwellings available. I'm conscious that, being the distance it is from Wellington, it's not always been the most attractive site to live, but with things like working from home and with things like the potential motorway going through, I know of people now who are choosing to live in and still work in Wellington, but they will not choose to do that if there are not homes for them and not homes of the quality that they're used to living in the Wellington area. So yes, Sam, you're quite right.
Thank you, Helen, Philippa and John. Look, rest assured that all the points you've raised and the feedback that you're seeking will be part of our deliberations, and consideration will be given to all those. Thank you for the time that you've obviously put into making the submission. You've obviously done a fair bit of work and thought about it, so we do appreciate it, and thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
So there were actually 1, 2, 3 submissions in that last one, so we've managed to catch up a little bit of time. And our next submitter was going to Philippa, Gwyneth, don't despair, because I'm going to ask you to come to the table, please. Yes, sure. Yep. So John and Jenny, Helen and Philippa have now since basically appeared in front of us just then. And now our next submitter was going to be Sarah Elliott, but cannot attend today. She's due to come and see us later on tonight. So that was Philippa. Yeah, I got to, yeah. Yes, yes. So we'll just wait for Gwyneth to return and so Helen was the one on the left? Yes. Yeah, so they were all the same family. Yes, yeah. What do they mean by all this stuff? Value of assets or expenditure made by developing the constant corridors. How the value of such assets would be compensated for? Is that to do with the investing roads and stuff back in the house?
Yeah, I'm not fully sure by all the around value of assets in terms of how we determine the value of assets. I wonder what's to do with that.
One of the staff will take those for you if you like. Sorry, Nikki, would you just... So welcome, Gwyneth. Sorry if I've put you under a little bit of pressure there, and I know we're a little ahead of time. You've got plenty of time to gather your thoughts, and well...
Many notes have disappeared. They're in a little plastic bag.
Oh, right.
Because what I had written...
What you had written?
...is not exactly what I'm going to be talking to.
Good.
So...
Because you can take that, what you've written as being read. Found them? Okay. The floor is yours.
Right. I'm Gwyneth Chibley. I grew up in Levin, up Queen Street, and I have only been back about 4 years. So over that time, though, I have been very familiar with having information handed on to me from Levin and what has been happening. So, yes. You all know this better than I do, especially the abolition of the New Zealand factory subsidies, but
the combination of the whole lot have meant that really the Levin was in a stock for quite a long time, and very little opportunities and very little was happening. Can you folks hear me? Good, excellent. Right, thank you. We live in a time of huge change. These last 4 years, to me, have been a total mindset, and I think Levin is going to be a very, very exciting place to be in. We have just got to get it right. And I have no intentions of interfering with any of the systems that the council are putting up, but this has to be a realistic change, and the development contributions I think are entirely necessary, but I just want to talk to those along the way. Yes. Now, we're projected to be paying $19,525 just for the Tara Ika for 2,500 units, equals 48,812 plus GST as an income. And on page 40 of the Green Book, down on here, we're listed as having total value of the project, infrastructure uninflated, is 38 million, including roading, reserves, wastewater, stormwater, etc. Plus the fact that the council have been given a $12.5 million fund for that. That 2,500 housing units is written up with a fair proportion of that Tara Ika land being used only as lifestyle blocks. And while the infrastructure required to fix lifestyle blocks is less than that of normal average housing sizes, it won't be a huge amount more. But if, for example, that 2,500 becomes 3,000 houses, you're going to end up with over $58.5 million to pay for your $38 million infrastructure, which is the point that you sir brought up earlier on. Is there going to be enough income to pay for it? So on the 19 plus thousand, you're going to have almost twice as much money to pay for the infrastructure, which is planned for on this. So there may be a little bit more. So that's going to give you automatically, on the 38,000, a $20 million surplus. And we are supposed to be using that surplus for the area in which it is being generated, which I have questions about the phrasing of the Act as to how far out that surplus can be used around the town, or whether it's actually got to be used up within those 4 walls of the 4 streets that you've got there. Yes? Now, the 38 million that you're going to have onto here, that's been given, for 2,500 units, that already means that you've got $10,800 already per unit, which is being government funded and non-refundable. That's not the $12.5 million that is being given by the loan, which may or may not be needing to have been done. And I think that $12.5 million has probably saved this development's bacon, because it's enabled everything to go ahead and get started onto here. So, yep, we'll leave that, carry on. Now, on the sheets that I've had handed out to you, which are these ones around onto here, and which will come up on the next sheet, we may be doing a bit of toing and froing on these 2 overheads. The Tara Ika line adds everything up across that board to 19,535 total. That's everything across that line. Everything else for all the others, the only thing that was difference in that was the white water, which had naught for Tara Ika, and it had written out on it, $3,118 for everyone else basically in the scheme, but nothing for Tara Ika. So I assumed that that 3,118 for Tara Ika, that, for the rest of the scheme, was the same as for Tara Ika. That would be no difference. So I assumed that all the rest of the lines were exactly the same. So where it had on the first one, land transport, which I assume is the roundabouts, etc., you got $2,550 instead of $499. I took that across the line, and I ended up with, can you take that back for me? Right, it ended up as, I think, $13,000 in total. So in the first column where you've got 2,559, then you've got 499. That's actually double dipping. Where you've got the stormwater, you've got 1,817, and the next two amounts added together added up to 582. So if I'm assuming that everything was added on to that in addition to every other area, including Levin North, then that is, I'm afraid, sirs, madams, that is not really quite accurate. So, yeah. Thank you. On to the next one. Right, sorry. It was 10,899. When I wrote this up, which was about a week ago, I've done some other research since, I still can't equate this. To me, it's either an Excel AutoSum mistake, or it is a very big blue. So if you could add that on to the next one, please. Now, the equality across the district. I've been listening to other people here talking today about other areas in town. And you talk in your long-term plan also about making sure that every area is able to be developed. So to me, it makes more sense to have a live-in-wide, and I'm not even talking about Waitarere, Foxton, Know-how, etc., which I consider a little bit more than outside live-in, but it makes sense to me. You've got a 40-year plan on here. New Zealand nationally is short of housing. The cost applying to Tara Ika are going to be the same wherever development occurs, because to me the only infrastructure problems you're really going to have are the Arapapai lines and the Tararua lines plus Queen Street, Gladstone Road. Gladstone Road's a little bit out of it, except for water, because it's way up on the top. So I can't imagine Transit wanting a whole line of pipes going across where their new, presumably 8 metre below the road, highway is going to go. So you've got only down your Tararua Road, Queen Street, where you're going to have an issue with extra infrastructure costs. Because to me, your parks and reserves and all your internal extra costs are going to be the same regardless of wherever else in the district that you have. You're going to have to put either replacements for pipes, or you're going to have to develop new pipes pretty much anywhere else in Levin where your constructions is going to be. Now this to me is a 20-year plan. The amount that you're suggesting now is 19,000 plus. Is that going to be for the next 20 years? Or are you going to be adopting that and checking it every 3 years as you go through? There are too many questions to answer that. The other factor in Levin, which I am staunchly passionate about, is the preservation of the Class 1 and 2 lands. And really, sirs, madams, I can't find anywhere in your policies that protect Class 1 and 2 horticulture land for future use. Auckland have stuffed it hugely, right down to Pukekohe. Horowhenua grows 33% of its own nationally of green vegetables. It is a huge employer in town at the moment, and until you've got that replaced with industrial, that needs to be reserved. So your pressure on Class 3 land down, which all of Tara Ika's Class 3 land, is going to be really quite enormous. Levin is already oversupplied with lifestyle blocks. They're everywhere. They were promoted. There was even a sign years ago out on the main North Road, come to Levin, home of the lifestyle blocks, or something along that line. So, lifestyle blocks, I'm sorry, should be way off the equator. We should either be farming them, or either animals, crops, or we should be living on them, not having expensive lifestyle blocks, of which Tara Ika has an abundance, but that's not the issue at the moment. I'm sorry, I digressed. I don't want to get on with that. Thanks very much, dear. Right, so on here you've got your 10-year listed as all the costs are as they are now. But when you add all of those costs together, that's for all the 10 areas listed, and divide them up, the average crops out at 7,719, which realistically, what council is going to be charging and collecting $7,000 for a development fee that's going to have to pay so much. So in my opinion, it is on the low side. Thank you. So my suggestion is that there's a district-wide development contribution of $10,000. Now that is lower than the projected amounts of $13,308, which applies for everywhere, well, for the first two areas. Foxton is surprisingly only $100 more. So I would be totally suggesting, sirs, that you put the Tara Ika along exactly the same lines as the Live-In and Live-In North, and have them all exactly the same. You've now got the systems in place where there's no fudging the books. A new development is a new development, a new title is a new title. But to me, the infrastructure costs of developing those is exactly the same. I should add that I'm having a little bit to do with the councils at the moment, as I'm one very, very small part of the JLJ Meadowvale Drive development. And so I had a few more headaches and homework to do with this than perhaps I would have had, say, 5 years ago. Yep. So that is really where I'm coming from, and I'd love any questions, and I'd love to be shot down in flames, because I really don't believe that that's... I find when I first worked this out on the chart, thank you, back again. Yeah, chart on the back again. When I first worked this out on the chart, I thought no one would ever make that mistake unless it was 11 o'clock at night and they were tired and they were frozen out on coffee, and you just went straight across the lines and you added them all up. But that is, the more I've been looking at it, that's the more that I actually believe has happened.
Thank you, Gwyneth. Look, these figures are based on proper data and projected spend in these development areas. But look, the points you raised will be considered, of course, and some feedback given on all the suggestions and feedback that you've given, so that it will be part of our deliberations along with everyone else's submissions, of course, in terms of what we've got in front of us. Look, I just, Deputy Mason, Mayor Mason.
Is it okay if I just do a point of, just to follow up something Gwyneth has said? Thanks. Thank you, Gwyneth. I just wanted to note your concern about the preservation of lands and highly productive soil. And there is some work being done at a national level at the moment, Ministry for the Environment, around a national policy statement on highly productive land. Submissions have closed, and they're doing some more work around that. And that will be a national policy statement that we in our district plan and regional plans will have to give effect to. So,
excellent. It can't come soon enough. That's fantastic. It really is good.
And just for your interest, I saw the future program for the Sunday TV program this coming Sunday, which is around this very issue. And it did feature JJ Clark from Woodhaven in the preliminary advertisement for that program. So it will be very interesting. And they were talking about specifically what had happened in Pukekohe and things like that as well.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a committee now up there of people that are trying to push back.
Yeah.
I went through Auckland a short time ago and I went through and had a look at Pocono subdivision. I've been through Whenuapai, Hobsonville Point, Kumeu, and I'm sorry, sirs, I would not like to live there. And, it's a generic thing, I'm sorry.
And that's why we live in the best lifestyle district in the country. We don't advertise lifestyle blocks, but we do advertise our lifestyle.
I appreciate the difference. I appreciate that difference, really do. And I'm so pleased I'm back in Levin. There's only one problem with living in Levin, and that the weeds never stop growing.
No.
I planted lettuces in April, thinking, oh yes, they'll start growing in September. They never stopped. So. Cool.
Look, I really appreciate the fact that you've come and submitted on these matters, and as I said, we will certainly be part of our deliberations when we do that in a few weeks' time. There will be some feedback given, I'm sure. Roger, we are running a little ahead of time. Are you okay to come forward? Yep, thank you. Welcome, Garth.
It's just our submission is really just around development contributions. As you all know, we're surveyors and developers and have a lot of interest in the contributions, make sure they're done correctly and they serve the purpose that they're collected for. Over the years I've seen the change from having terrific levies back in the 80s, 90s through the 2000s. The last lot that we had were a very similar level to these ones, and then we've been through quite a long period, as we all know, where there have been none. I support levies. I think they're very important, but I also think it's very important that you get the correct balance so as to promote growth rather than have a roller coaster ride of highs and lows where people rush in when there are none and then people stand back when they're high. I'm a little bit worried or concerned that that's where we might be heading with these ones. I know the costs are probably pretty right in terms of what we've got to achieve because there are a tremendous amount of things that are out of date and need bringing up to date quickly. And with that, I pair together the economic cycle that we're going through. The peak of the last cycle, pre-GFC, ran for about 2-3 years. This cycle's been running for probably more than 4 now. So we're starting to get a little concerned as to what might happen. So when you put that hand in hand with bringing in a range of levies, some of them high and some of them low, concerned of the effect, about the effect that might have in terms of continuing a nice steady pathway for growth. So in terms of what you're doing, fully support it and encourage it. But I think for me, I would prefer to see a moderated levy. So maybe take the quantum of what you're doing across the district and turn it into one standard levy that everyone pays together, rather than going to Te Rahika and saying 20 grand there and 2 grand there and 5 over there. Make it nice and transparent so everyone understands what's going on, and if it's a nice predictable playing field that's level so you don't get increased growth in some areas and not other, and treat the district as one unit to me. And as the last submitter said, I think you're probably talking about $10,000 a lot. So you charge it on development of land and not building consents, because most people that build houses
already pushing themselves out to the limit, whereas developers are really running at the front of the pack and slightly more organised usually because they're doing it on a bulk process. So to me, a moderated levy makes more sense than a whole lot of different ones, and I do support them. The other part of it is you must be transparent on what you do with it. Seen a lot of levies collected in the past with no accountability as to where they went to and what they were used for. So one thought is maybe establishment of a project's growth committee, which should have a range of people on it for accountability and to see how the process works. So you get input from a wide range of people as to where the needs and demands might be. You've got technical staff which go through your infrastructure in detail, but with insight from maybe some outside people, you might pick up some areas of need and predict where to go a little bit more accurately, because you have an understanding of what the market's doing as well as just picking on areas through planning. And regular reporting of how the money's being spent and where it's being spent, which goes back to the transparency part of it, so that people understand. Because I think one of the big problems you've had in the past is that when you've collected these levies, they just appear to disappear down a black hole, and there's no reporting back on what's being done with it that people can actually see and understand. So that's probably where a lot of negativity comes from in the past towards them. And those are really the main parts of it, really. Just to make sure that it's transparent. I think we do need them as a district. I think we've long needed them. They should probably have come back 6-7 years ago. So yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you, Roger. Any questions for Roger? Councillor Jenny.
Yeah, Roger, look, really appreciate your views and opinions. Certainly as someone that's living and breathing, I guess our growth story day in, day out. I guess I want to have a question around if the policy settings and the quantums that are contained in the policy remain as they are, do you see that as having or acting as a barrier or having a chilling effect on our current 95th percentile growth forecast assumption? And then I've got a follow-up question if that's okay.
I think if you roll it together with the way the economy's moving, potentially a big effect, potentially. In some places, I understand how you've come about the figures and their quantums, but yeah, in some places I think you could have that effect. We're about 4 years through the peak of the cycle. All the pundits are now predicting nationwide that we could start heading down one in the next 12 to 18 months. And if Horowhenua falls into that boat, I don't think we will entirely, because we have other factors that are running this district, such as the road, which is coming, but that's not going to be the total saviour. So if you imagine the economy starting to slow and then go into your next lull in maybe 5 years' time, and you've got heavy levies on the table in some areas that are large, you could expect development in those places to completely stop, as they have in the past. There are areas of Levin which have had significant levies in the past. The big example was post-GFC when we were also struck by rule changes here and levies came on, and everything completely stopped for a period. And then we've gone through a long period of no levies, when there probably should have been levies in place. We've probably missed, 5 years of collecting them when we probably should have been. But you've got to be very careful not to create a roller coaster effect, which I think we're really close to running the risk of. And if you want consistent, solid growth, that's something to be avoided at all costs, I'd suggest.
And then my follow-up question was, one thing that I have some concern around with the policy in its current form is that it could have the potential to stymie the building of affordable houses as well as sort of dwellings in the range of the 1-2 bedroom sort of size. I just wondered if you had any views on that and what you're seeing in terms of the market and where the market demand is in terms of a dwelling size at the moment.
Oh, I think there's always the demand for larger dwellings is always increasing as people want more stuff, but in terms of your affordable housing, unless there's a drastic change in a number of processes in the district, I think you can probably wave goodbye to an affordable home. They're very difficult to achieve. The idea of taking a 3-bedroom home and making it affordable suggests that you're going to cut the cost of it in half. That's not going to happen. The only way, in my opinion, you'll get to an affordable home is by reducing the scale of that home so that it becomes affordable due to scale. If you carry on building a 3-bedroom home, which might have cost you $500,000 2 years ago, which now costs you probably 6 going on 7, you're not going to change that unless you change the scale of the building. Because what you're doing is asking people to cut the cost of 4x2 in half, and that's not going to happen. Roger, I'd be interested in your views in terms of the harmonisation thing, and you say a moderate level, that both ends could be, brought up or down. And I wondered, do we need to explore the land values that we have across the district in terms of making that more even? I mean, obviously the land values are higher in some areas than they are. So as a percentage of development contribution might still be only 5 to 8% or something like that, but it might be a heck of a lot more in a place like Foxton, which has lower land values, for instance. Yeah, I'm not sure that's really the answer to it. I think it's more about the cost of your infrastructure as opposed to the value of the land. It's probably, for me, I think it's more important to consider the Horowhenua as one group, not a number of settlements. So you pool your resources, because the demands will come at different times and different quantums. So if you treat it like a pool, you might go, well, this month Tokomaru needs some infrastructure, so here's the pool, we can use it over there. Next month Waikawa, or next month Tarahika, and use the group pool to achieve that. I think you could moderate the levy to do that. It comes down to the legality of it, I guess. But to me, it makes more sense to act as a one consolidated group for the whole district. Councillor Branning.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. I did note in your written submission that you talked about district-wide contributions to road and community infrastructure. Growth areas pay major expenses relating to them, and then today you're talking more about, I guess, harmonisation, which in effect is what I take it you're talking about. But we had some some early discussions, and one of the things I touched on, because it's something that's been sort of brought to my attention through this discussing community, particularly in the wider areas in Foxton Beach areas, where the costs, the development contribution is quite significantly lower than what's going to be required in Tarika or due to the modelling. But of course in the coastal areas now we've got geotech work, we've got the extra cost of putting infrastructure in terms of flooring and whatnot. Just interesting, the comments around that, and if you thought that raising the development contribution in those types of communities to, in effect, subsidise other areas, is that going to stymie development in those areas, and should we be re-looking at that? That's basically my question.
No, I don't think it will stymie development in those other areas, personally. From what I see of the people that come through our business, they're pretty much all capable of dealing with the same quantums when it comes to the cost of development. So, I think it goes back to the treating the district as one unit for me, and spreading the load, because in the high cost areas, the cost is required,
but it's a pretty high cost. You won't find at the levels you've got the levy at Tarahika, for argument's sake, you won't find any low-cost housing up there in the future. None. It's part of the process that will add to the cost of development up there. So, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I think just comment that I guess that Roger touched on the legality of that, and I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. So thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate the fact that you've come and submitted on this. We do need all the feedback that we can before we make our deliberations. So all the points you've made will obviously be considered in our deliberations in a few weeks. Thank you. Karen and Stephen, welcome to the table. So, as you know, we've got 10 minutes, so I hope you'll allow some time for some questions on that. The floor is yours.
Okay. Oh, red's on. Okay. All right, I'll do my best, Bernie. Okay. All right. Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is, we'll call Karen Prowse Aho. My name is Karen Prowse, and I'm talking on behalf of Stephen and myself and our family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Horowhenua District Council about the draft development contributions policy. We have a particular interest in the Taraika area and have also recently made submissions on the Taraika proposed plan change. Our context is we live on a 31.6 acre property in Queen Street East that has been in the Prowse family for 5 generations since 1891. We live in a historic setting of a 130-year-old homestead and pioneer farm outbuildings built by Stephen's ancestors James and Clara Prowse, early pioneer settlers associated with the settlement of Levin. We have a number of infrastructure items that have been drawn on our land. We sit directly alongside the O2NL Expressway and Taraika, and the council are planning wetland actuation areas that have the potential to impact us. The family has potential multiple impacts to respond to as we seek to protect the history of our site. We are impacted by the council's plans for infrastructure and the development contributions policy. Should our family develop any portion of our property in the future, we are very concerned to establish the introduction of development contributions is fairly applied with sound policy guidelines, and in particular, should any infrastructure, parks, etc. be drawn on either our property or others, that the council has a process to fairly compensate landowners or developers for this. While in the context of Taraika, a significant portion of land is owned by a major landowner and developer, the remaining land is of smaller holdings with a number of families who have had long tenure on their properties. We have carefully read the draft development policy and attended an information centre. We support the introduction of development contributions to fund infrastructure, roading, water supply, wastewater, stormwater and community infrastructure. We have concerns about the catchments and the inequitable charges spread across the regions, locations detailed in page 2 of the policy schedule of the development contributions. How will the council fund upgrades required in areas where you are charging low amounts for development contributions? The policy makes some assumptions that Taraika is the only growth area. We note that in your supporting information long-term planning document, draft financial financial strategy, page 6, you state, the Council is currently working on 3 master plans for future growth in growth areas of Taraika, Waitanere Beach and Foxton Beach. Council is also in the early stages of planning for other future residential and commercial growth areas. What growth costs are associated with the following? Levin North East stormwater drainage, 6.2 million. Oho, future supply of wastewater services, 16.7 million. Endowment subdivision Forbes Road extension, 6.2 million. And I got that out of your thick planning document. Taraika is the only area to have special charges, and the development contributions for Taraika have been set significantly higher than Levin or Levin North. Levin North is also a significant growth area. Your own booklet picture shows large infrastructure pipes, and it is obvious it is requiring financial input by the HDC with stormwater, flooding problems and poor soakage. Why are you not charging for stormwater in Levin North? At the beginning of the policy information sheet, you ask for feedback on which council activities development contributions should be collected for. We strongly consider parks and amenities should be paid for by development contributions collected from that scheme area. In Taraika, with the stroke of a pen, for instance, planners have drawn parks on land owned by small landowners. They should not be penalised for loss of value of their land because their land has fallen under the stroke of this pen. Likewise, infrastructure beyond the scale of individual developments should not be the liability of those individual landowners if they develop their land in the future. We note a number of other submitters have indicated they consider the development charge should be uniform across catchments and have supported harmonisation across the district. It is unfortunate you did not present this as an option in your policy document for consultation. We note there was some discussion or concern expressed by Councillor Jennings at council meetings about the need to more fully discuss and debate the issue, and we also note the short timeline when this draft document was presented to council for its first workshop. Page 6, 6.1.8.1, the infrastructure response specifies, in response to the strong growth outlook, a number of capital projects have been identified and costed into long-term planning to enable growth. Taraika has been singled out for special charges for roading, wastewater and stormwater, $1,817 alone for stormwater per unit in the development contribution charges. You don't have an approved stormwater plan. How did you come up with these figures? Plans to put actuation areas and wetland within the O2 NL buffer land don't have any certainty. Submission 34, Letitia Jarrett on behalf of Waka Kotahi on the Taraika proposed plan change, point 60 said, in regards to the proposed stormwater actuation areas shown as NZTA Basin 1 and 2, figure 7 of the HDC Three Waters Appendix 6 infrastructure plans, these are indicative only, and stormwater management within the O2NL footprint remains only. Waka Kotahi remain open to discussions, however note that HDC and developer are wholly responsible for mitigating the effects generated from their activities. Integrated services will require our approval, cost sharing and accountability measures to ensure the water quality and water can be managed in accordance with any resource consents. Discussion regarding the design, development, connection, monitoring and management of the rights and responsibilities shared by the parties would need to be agreed before Waka Kotahi accept any infrastructure liabilities within our land or designations. There is a lot still to be sorted out. How can such specific charges for development contributions for stormwater be specified? Re Section 2, Policy Decisions, page 8. The Council is using its powers under the Act. Page 8. The Council has decided it will not seek development contributions for existing lots or development already established on the site. This could be ambiguous for how it will be applied. We attended the Council consultation meeting held at Te Takari, and we heard two conflicting statements from the consultant and council officers whether a development contribution would apply on a given scenario we questioned, re a consented subdivision that hasn't yet established titled lots. This is concerning, as clarity of financial obligations in this interim period needs to be clear. Page 13, 2.11.3, we recommend that Council collect at the 224 stage. We note that page 14, draft development contributions, discusses development agreements and the Council's intention. It intends to enter into agreements from time to time with developers for the provision, supply, exchange of infrastructure land or money to provide infrastructure and community infrastructure. However, Taraika Draft Rule 15A 8.1.2b 2 states, a condition will be imposed on the resource consent of a subdivision that creates additional allotments and involves a site or part of a site that contains infrastructure as indicated by Structure Plan 013, requiring the infrastructure asset to be constructed and invested with the Council to the full extent on the structure plan. We think this could have the potential for you to acquire infrastructure over and above the scale of individual development and has the potential for you to acquire by stealth without proper compensation. It is disappointing in reading your draft development policy and documentation. It doesn't say anywhere the Council, through development contributions, will finance infrastructure and parks beyond the scale of what is required for individual development. It is hard to know with any certainty how you see your obligations as you contemplate collecting development contributions as a source of revenue. This makes us very wary of the impact of any infrastructure on our land should we undertake any development and the possibility of the Council double dipping. When we read the draft development contributions policy and also consider the rules in the Taraika change document, we have concerns about the potential for landowners and developers to be treated fairly. Sorry, Judy.
Sorry, I don't want to push you along, Karen.
I'm nearly finished.
Nearly finished?
I'm on
Cool.
my last page. Apologies. When we read the draft development contributions policy and also consider the rules in the Taraika Plan change document, we have concerns about the potential for landowners and developers to be treated fairly. Page 20, Draft Development Contributions Policy Document 3.6.1, Remissions and Reductions. The Council may, at the request of an applicant, consider remitting or reducing any development contributions, 3.6.2. If it grants a remission or reduction, the Council may do so on whatever terms it thinks fit. Whatever terms the Council thinks fit is a big statement. I suggest you need to put some parameters and guidelines around that statement. At the end of the day, the Council will stand on its reputation and ability to be impartial, to apply its rules with fairness, and to ensure in the course of progress and development, individuals are compensated fairly for land or infrastructure that is beyond the scope of their development. I also noted in reading other submissions there is a recurrent concern expressed about the opportunity for, in the context of applying for remissions of contributions, for decisions to be unfairly applied or manipulated. Thank you for the opportunity to express our views on the draft policy and the matters connected.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions for Karen? Very full and comprehensive submission on that, and I thank you for that. Look, and appreciate the time and effort that you must have put towards making it. Rest assured that this is a very robust and thorough process before we introduce, if we introduce, the development's contributions policy, and all your points and feedback that you've made will obviously be considered in our deliberations before we do that. But I thank you. Oh, Councillor Jennings now wants to say something.
I was just wondering whether it would be possible to get a copy of your of your presentation, because there are a couple of great references in there that I'd love to be able to follow up. So, yeah.
So I'm sure you can email it to Ashley so that she can distribute it to us. You've already got it under control. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
Cheers.
you, Bertie. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Right, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. It's for Charles. Charles, would you like to come to the table, please? I don't have to officially clear that part of the closed door, or do I'll just make it so that brings us to the submission, the policy part of the submissions, yeah. Policy submission, yeah.
Kei te mihi aha kia koutou mō te kaupapa I tēnei rā. Good afternoon, governance, members of the public and operations. Every object tells a story, feel a message. The only way out is the way in. The issues of both the proposed development contribution policy and the LTP 2021 and 2041 are both intertwined. The hearings of submissions as such is well out of order and off course in terms of the cart before the horse settings, whereas the order of priorities should be the proposed development contributions, followed by the proposed plan change for Taraika, what is the real word, growth area, and the long-term plan 2021 to 2041. So it's all out of kilter. The proposed development contribution policy. The proposed development policy, contribution policy was brought to the Horowhenua District Council around 2005 to 2006 or thereabouts. The then development contribution policy was repealed and taken out by the Horowhenua District Council around the year 2013 or thereabouts. And that was a big mistake because there are those who may have gotten a financial gain at the expense of the district ratepayers. And then there are those who may have serious conflicts of interest because of, some may call it, milking the system. Even though I say that, development contributions are required, the horse has really got out of the paddock because there's no policies here to date. Because from the year 2013 or thereabouts, as I said, the developers cannot be charged development contributions for works done or being done in the interim, because no policies is in effect to date, and that's why you're going through it now. So all these people are doing all this building right out from 2013, they're going to get away with it, and poor old ratepayers, we're going to hang for it. Therefore, to what I'm saying, am that from the year 2000 or thereabouts today, both governments and operations of HDC have gone to sleep on the issue. Really have. Poor leadership standards. Kia ora tātou. Any questions?
Thank you, Charles. As always, a great career. Thank you, and appreciate.
No questions. It's funny that people don't like asking me questions.
But hang on, no, we haven't finished yet.
Oh, wow.
Give them a chance.
Normally they don't ask me questions.
Councillor Jenny.
Mr. Rudd, hey, thank you for your submission. I just wanted to ask, so obviously part of your submission is sort of focusing on what's happened in the past.
Yes, past, present and future.
And one of the decisions that council will need to make as part of this draft policy is around whether it will have retrospective effect. At the moment, the policy position is that it won't have retrospective effect, so it won't apply to people that have already started that development process. I just wanted to be clear on your view around retrospectivity and whether it should apply retrospectively or not.
To be fair, on all the ratepayers of our Horowhenua District, it should be retrospective. Because all of a sudden these developers are going like hang before you make it a rule that they can't be charged.
So, sorry, I'm happy for the supplementary. I guess one of the issues with retrospectivity would be that obviously people have developed on the basis of an understanding of the situation at a particular time. So it's an issue of certainty. So they've obviously formed budgets around their development based on their knowledge of what the current situation is. Does that factor into your consideration on I guess, I think you're saying that from a fairness perspective that it should be applied retrospectively, but in terms of fairness from a certainty perspective, do you have any views on that?
Yes, it should be retrospective. The reason why, because the price of land and everything else and development, the costs are going up, with mortgages and rental increases. The effect of that is rate increases. High rate, a lot of people can't afford to pay rate increases now. But with all our land values and everything else, real estate stuff, it's going to skyrocket rates. And people be living in tents and cars and all sorts. People that normally wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Charles.
Yeah.
Appreciate it again. So, councillors, that brings us to the end of our Development Contribution Policy hearing. We will now adjourn the meeting and take a break and resume at 4 o'clock with the long-term plan submissions hearing. Thank you. Excuse me, councillors, would you mind resuming your seats? With live streaming, we need to keep a pretty strict timetable, sorry. So, welcome now to the long-term plan hearing of submissions. Just a couple of procedural matters to first of all do. Acknowledging that first of all that Councillor Isaacs and Councillor Bishop have joined the table. Could I now move receipt and hearing of the submissions for the draft long-term plan that have been lodged within the consultation time frame be received? Moved Councillor Jennings, seconded Councillor Allen. All those in favour? Carried. And also that we need to move that all late submissions be received in accordance with Council's acceptance of late submissions policy. Again, moved by Councillor Jennings, seconded by Councillor Allen. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried. So, our first speaker for these long-term plan submissions is going to be Te Kenehi. There have been some alterations to the timetable. We'll make you aware of those shortly. Te Kenehi was due to talk to us tomorrow, but we've moved the timetable around so he can speak now. So I haven't got this.
412.
Haven't got that in front of me.
412.
Day 2 and day 3 and what? It will be in here.
Was scheduled to speak tomorrow at 4:35.
Excuse me, Kenny, I just need to try and find your submission since it was. Have you got one there? I'd appreciate that. Thank you. So, sorry, Ashley, could you just advise the rest of the
So to find Te Kenehi's submission, if you open from the email I sent you yesterday in the link, there'll be a collated version of submissions called Wednesday. When you open that, go to page 972.
Unfortunately, it's quite difficult to find on our technology bits, so they've just gone to print the copies. Most of us had arranged their files for each day.
Because it's so small,
right,
I can read it for you if you like. It's very short.
Okay.
But you'll have to give me my copy back.
Oh, just take your photocopy.
I can do it from perfect memory.
Yeah, David's on his way now. We've got hard copies coming now. Well, stable was one. No, Tikini was supposed to be tomorrow, but he's come early. Okay, kia ora, Tikini, you are welcome to speak to us now. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnei te mihi kia koe te mea. Koutou ngā kaini hera. Ngā kaini hera arohe. Taino ki au koutou ngā āpiha. Tēnā tātou e hui mai i roto i tēnei o te runga nei o te kaini hera. Te hari koa o te ngākau, nā te mea ka tai mai mātou o Ngāti Tūkorehe. E rā ngā whaia, e hara mai ki te tautoko i au i tēnei wā. O reira, ka ninga mihi kia koe, mō tō aroha ki tēnei i hara mai u mua te nuinga ki te kōrero ki a koutou. Tēnā tātou. Thank you very much for hearing me early. It was a good test of the council to see if it could be done. So I really appreciate being able to do that. Thank you, Ashley. Ka ninga mihi kia koe, koutou o hoa o te wharene. I just wanted to say before I get going, I just returned from fielding today, where several hundred of my relatives marched on the Manawatu District Council for Māori wards. And we're just mobilising ourselves to do it here in Horowhenua. Just to let you know that there's a few Māori still in this rohe, isn't that right, Charlie? Yeah. So if we need to make the impact, then we'll be ready. So we're starting in the north, coming here. Yeah. I know we can have a cup of tea afterwards. It's interesting times that the present government is asking for that to be tested. I've said in the past when I've gone to the coffee club, that's ngā hapu or raukawa meetings, that it's a good time to have that test put on local government because there's been very little input from the Māori community as a whole into local government, other than one or two brave people who happen to be Māori who put themselves to be councillors, and I know what that's like because I did that myself as a young man, or even braver to go and work for a council. There's not many of us that do that. So ka ninga mihi kia koe piriira, ka ninga mihi mō tō tōtanga, tō matatātanga kei waingia tātou. So it's important that we find ways of involving other Māori people for the sake of our obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi. So I just wanted to say that. I'll leave it till next week when I come back and talk about Māori wards. Okay? This particular submission covers a whole lot of things because I'm involved in a whole lot of things. So the Foxton Historical Society issues are obvious because you have a number of properties that are on historic reserves, like the Foxton Courthouse, it was Māori land that was gifted by our tūpuna for the town and the district, and it's on a historic reserve that's owned by Horowhenua District Council, just like the Hakara Gardens are. So I put in there that those two places need to be looked after because that's your legacy. That's how you came to be here, through that courthouse and through those gardens. That's the history of this district. It all started from here. Law and order was brought here by our tūpuna into Foxton because it was the only port of the time. And the people who put it there are all buried in the Hakara Gardens. But if you try and walk around the Hakara Gardens today, all the paving is higgledy-piggledy. It's not looked after very well, and a lot of the lettering on the tombstones have been picked out. So you can't even tell that, even if they were in English, what the words were. So the obligation on the Horowhenua District Council is to look after those pioneers of European settlement, and our people invited the European settlers in this region to come and live amongst us. And those are the physical attributes of this council that have never been listed and put on the district plan except for they were properties of Horowhenua District. So I'm inviting you to come and learn your history. And it's a very important way of understanding what your treaty obligations are. I've come today with my relatives, my auntie and cousins, to make that offer to you. Not to just understand one hapu or one iwi, but to understand the history of this place and put that history into the district plan. So I came here in 1991 as a member of 3 iwi, Ruaupoko, Rangitane and Ngāti Raukawa, and we worked on a chapter of the district plan that has never been put in the district plan. This is the only council in the whole country that doesn't recognise wāhi tapu, wāhi tūpuna, historic places of interest to Māori, or any layers of Māori heritage in its district plan. So that's the report card that you're living up to. It's not going to be hard to fix that because anything is better than nothing. And that's what the district plan says. So I've been talking with David just before, and we're looking at what has been done since 1991 when the Resource Management Act was brought in. The council tried again in 2005, was it? 11. And because what we should be doing is trying every year because that's the only way you're going to live up to the obligations of the Treaty of Waitangi. So it's just a little hurdle. And working with 3 iwi is not like working with 19 in Auckland or 8 at the top of the South Island. So it shouldn't be an onerous task, but it means that you have to get to know all the Māori communities in the district to be able to do the job well. And we just love working together, all 3 iwi. But a way of not doing anything is to say, oh, well, you people won't work together. That's not true, eh, Jane?
I don't know. Easy to talk about.
So I wanted to throw that challenge out to the council. As part of the long-term plan, the 4 cornerstones of wellbeing are based around the wellbeing of your relationship to the Indigenous people, the partners of the Treaty of Waitangi in your district. And that's how you'll be judged for a long time. I don't just mean individual councillors and mayors of the time, but I mean the council as a whole. And this is the time to make that change. And what we're doing is offering to come and help the council to do that. So I've said in the submission that partnership with Tangata Whenua will be a priority. So I'm glad that you're all nodding your head and you're agreeing with me. So the way to show that partnership is to put together a district plan
that encourages people to look at the layers of heritage from an Indigenous point of view, as well as every other culture that comes to live in this area. It should start with hapu directly for each, and particularly where they are landowners. So there I'm talking about, there's still little pockets of Māori land in this area, and I want you to recognise all those little places, because they're far more than just the marae that you see today. And there's one on Matakarapa, was our old marae, and we still own that piece today. And so what we have to do is we have to complete the arrangement, the agreement between our people and the council. And we need your help to make sure that that's done, because there's been a lot of barriers put in the way and a lot of pretenders coming to the party to stifle that relationship. There's only 3 hapu on Matakarapa: Ngāti Takiku, Ngāti Ngārongo, and Ngāti Whakatere. We all work together, but what we're going to do is make sure that we work with the council so we're able to fulfil the agreement that was signed. So some of you wouldn't have been with the council when that agreement was drawn up. So we need to pull it out, shake off the dust, and have another look at it and see what we need to do to fulfil those arrangements. I would suggest that in terms of Ngāti Raukawa, that we formalise a memorandum of partnership and not just have an informal coffee club arrangement. That's a far better way to work, because for us who are Ngāti Tūkore, we know what that means. It's not just a little bit of money, it means that we have a formal arrangement by which we're trying to put in place the obligations of the Treaty of Waitangi on both sides. I'm also saying that in places like the Kuptoro stormwater area, that the hapu that belongs there should be directly engaged. And we've been lucky, we had one visit from council staff out to our marae, but that was it. And of course we'd like to get that going again, to make sure that we look after our stream, because that stream runs through the little bit of Māori land that we still own. And we have a wetland project, and you can see that's named in here, Te Repo Hinemata. And it's important to us, not just because we've got 3 waters coming, but because it's our backyard and it's our job to look after that stream. Everywhere else it's been polluted. Manawatu River is heavily polluted. But our little stream wouldn't be half as bad as the main river. So we have to look after it, given that we're going to put all Levin East stormwater in there, and all the water that comes off the expressway. So we need your help to work with NZTA. And finally, I want everybody in this council to learn Te Kōrero Māori. So you say oho and not ohau. So you know that the Māori name for Foxton Beach is Te Whārangi. And I think that it would be a good measure of that relationship and the obligation to the Treaty of Waitangi if this council set a benchmark for learning Te Reo Māori. So there's not many challenges in there, and I know that you want to throw a few challenges back my way, so I've left you 2 minutes to do it.
Kia ora, Kenny. Look, I appreciate the message, and it's fantastic to actually see you here in this forum and giving us those messages. And I've certainly taken the message around the invitation to learn the history. I think that's really important for me, not knowing too much about that at this stage, and I'd really appreciate to be part of that story. But also the way that you've highlighted some of the issues around our district plan and things like that, and I'm sure David's taken that on board as well. You've raised a number of issues which I know are very topical at the moment, and that we are looking at, and I'm sure that the partnership that we are growing will deepen and grow in strength as we work together. So I appreciate the fact that you are here. It's great to see you. Any other councillors have comments or questions for Te Kenny?
Just a quick question. One of the key roles of council, or this council, is about trade-offs, identifying what we should do instead of something else, or potentially prioritising something over another. You've referenced a number of buildings in Foxton as requiring council investment, support, and I guess I wanted to just quickly get your assessment around which of those buildings or projects you think is the highest priority in terms of council investment and support.
Well, because you've got a Foxton Endowment Fund, they can all be prioritised because that's the only part of the endowment fund that allows you to put those funds that don't come from ratepayers. In the first instance, when you're developing subdivisions, it does. But in the first instance, it was land that was gifted via the Manawatu County Council to this council. And when that took place, all those funds through lands that were originally iwi lands at Foxton Beach formed that fund. So the good thing is that you have no choice but to put that funding into the Foxton area. So Foxton, in a sense, is well taken care of. So I would see that the money that you could have got from the Memorial Halls Fund for COVID-19 could have paid for it all, but no one applied for it. I could have seen that the funding for museums could have been put into the Foxton Courthouse, but no one applied for it. I saw that for infrastructure and amenities like the Foxton Pool could have been supported not only through the Foxton Beach Endowment Fund, but also applying to the COVID-19 funding, because there were different pots of money, and some of it still exists. It wasn't all done under Shane Jones, and that's where I'd go first, and then I'd top it up or provide the baseline funding from the Foxton Endowment Fund. So it doesn't just belong at Foxton Beach. It belonged to, in the first instance, it was land that was taken for the Port of Foxton, so it became Harbour Board land. And that Harbour Board land was a strip of land that ran from the mouth of the Manawatu River before it changed, because it used to run out through the Foxton Surf Life Saving Club. That was where the mouth was. And it came right down the side of the river to where the boating club is, right around to where Harbour Street is today in Foxton. That land was part of it as well. So the Foxton Beach people who have come there in the last 20 years, they wouldn't know that history. So we have to keep reminding them that it's a wider history that they have to consider. And that's how I'd fund those three projects that I talk about.
Thanks, Te Kenny, and look forward to talking again soon. Appreciate it.
Yeah, next week.
Next week.
Thank you very much for allowing me to come early. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Thank you.
I'll tell you the meaning next week when they come.
Next week when they, okay. Charles, your turn again. Just a reminder to everyone that on the front page of Charles's submission beforehand is his long-term plan submission. Thanks, Charles.
Kia te mihi hau kia koutou katoa. Greetings again. Greetings and salutations. Sorry, gotta get it organised. Somewhere in my pocket. I'll be short and brief. Submissions to the Horowhenua District Annual Plan 2020 to 2021 was a hint to Council of a holistic view of what the long-term plan 2021 to 2041 should be about. Not about Council's assumptions, because the long-term plan as such is just an assumptions, based on assumptions. And then I'll put on there, if you've got it in front of you, about 28th of April 2001, pages 20 to 21, the executive summaries from the audited people. And I've got bullet points there. It's saying things in that report, audit report, of certain things. Even though the above comments concern a certain period of time, what has been happening in the interim, are these above points still happening today? Because that report was based on up to, 2019 only. So there's all this missing component right on, is what's happening in council today still going on? That's a question you guys should be asking yourselves. I recommend reading my submission to the Horowhenua District Council's Annual Plan 2020 and 21. Not supplied here today because I'm trying to save a tree. Okay? And I've got this asterisk at, which should be 15, which means, what am I talking about? My actual submission should be seen as read. And if any questions can be asked of me from my actual submission to the long-term plan. Kia ora. Trying to save time.
Kia ora, Charles. Appreciate that. Thank you. Just to, in reference to some of the points, the bullet points you made about the audit report, those were dealt with at our latest finance meeting at the end of April.
Yes.
So that's a slightly different situation in terms of that. They are being taken care of.
Yes. See what I'm noting in that, because that audit report was only to 2019.
Yes. We've had COVID in between.
2019 to today, what's happening now? I don't want to hear another 3 years' time, then you do another review of the audit report to give us an update of what's happening between those two periods of time.
We've had a little thing called COVID that has impacted significantly on the timing of that report.
Yes, I understand, but I think COVID is used by a lot of people in this country as an excuse.
Hear what you say. Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Jennings?
Mr. Rudd, I guess it would be helpful from my perspective to understand from you, if you were sitting in this seat, here in my seat right now, as a councillor,
yes,
what's the number one thing you would prioritise? Because you obviously cover a lot in your submission. What's the
Well,
number
there's
one
three
thing?
things I would prioritise in this whole council, and it's all about manpower, machinery, and material. Okay, that equates to planning, organising, leading, controlling, and communication, and that leads down to accountability, credibility, integrity, and transparency. Those are the three main points I would bring out to any council of anything. I've been trained in all this kind of stuff. And what I've seen so far when I have speaking rights, well, where's this all going to? What's happening? Those things. If the left hand doesn't know in council what the right hand is doing, you've got problems. You know, and it's got to be all up front between from planning, operations, and governance, because we do not vote. The people do not vote for people to become councillors. We do not vote for people to get into Parliament for nothing. We expect them to do a job for all of us properly and be transparent, open, and accountable to all the people, whether they're ratepayers or taxpayers. Right? Got it?
Kia ora, Charles. Thank you very much again.
All good.
Can we welcome back Karen and Stephen Prowse, please? So you know how this works. So again, you've got 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Thanks, Karen. And Stephen, sorry.
Okay. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Karen Prowse aho.
She's been wrong.
Oh, they're getting you a copy. It's not so long though, Bernie. Okay, so. All right. My name is Karen Prowse, and I'm talking on behalf of Stephen and myself and our family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Horowhenua District Council about the long-term plan. The draft rates remission policy. We support a rates remission policy and consider this will be extremely important to make adequate provision for rates remission with the forthcoming proposed planned zone changes. Overnight, large areas of currently rural land will be zoned as residential, but existing land use will not change within the immediate future, and some established farming will continue. In page 15 of the document that you produced, want to see what we are growing, there is a discussion about the district going through a period of rapid transformation and the need for the council to take a proactive approach to consider what is needed to support growth, from parks and reserves to aquatic and community facilities. With the potential introduction of development contributions, we hope you will take a proactive approach to ensuring that infrastructure drawn on individuals' land, including parks, etc., that benefit the community and are beyond the scale of individual developments will be paid for by you, the council, with income provided for by the development contributions you are considering charging. This is to ensure that individual landowners are not penalised by their land falling under the stroke of the planner's pen. Page 17, infrastructure planning, in the same document that you produced. You ask how we fund infrastructure is also an important consideration. And then on page 26, development of parks and reserves, it states, there will be a need for us to acquire new reserves in our growth areas such as Taraika, Foxton Beach and Waitarere Beach. So we ask you, what does acquire mean? Does this mean that you will pay for them? Page 42, infrastructure funding, development contributions, and you also discuss development agreements. There is wording that states, Council will usually reduce the development contributions payable to recognise the costs met by the developer when funding joint infrastructure. Will is usually also quite a vague word and has a vague meaning. There is also a similar vagueness in your development contributions policy document with regard to compensation.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a bit nervous here. I've declared a conflict of interest because of the involvement of development contributions, and looking through the next 3 pages, development contributions appear in just about every paragraph, so I'm going to remove myself from the table.
So, Karen, the whole point of having the policy and hearing on the development contributions, so was that any councillors who were involved, it is part of the law, in fact, that we have to separate the policy part of it and the long-term plan strategy part of submissions.
Yes.
So we had councillors who declared a conflict of interest, so they wouldn't be listening to the contributions from the development contribution, and this does seem to be a submission along the development contribution policy. So could I ask, please, that you no longer refer to the development contributions policy in this submission?
It's part of your long-term planning.
That's why we had the policy hearing first, so we could separate it.
Surely it's integrated.
No, it's a separate policy. Long-term plan is a hearing on a strategy. The policy for the long development contribution is a completely separate item. While they may be intertwined in how they relate, it has to be held separately. So that's why these councillors declared a conflict and weren't here for that, to hear you initially.
Yes, thank you, Bernie. I can do that. Okay,
thank you.
So,
excuse me, point of order, I'll withdraw as well because I see there's quite a lot of reference to Tara Ika and the rest of the submission.
All right. So I'm going to move on. I appreciate what you said, Bernie, but it was also important for me to write my perspective when I addressed you earlier. So I'm going to move on to the third to last paragraph, where I make general statements to do with policy, not to do with policy, to do with this want to see what we're growing document. And just to say, we support the introduction of development contributions. Is that okay,
I'm sorry, no, it's not.
No. No, all right.
So we've already made a submission to the development contributions policy. This is a completely separate item.
Okay. All right. That's kind of you. It's okay. Yeah. I don't mind, Bernie, because I've already said it, so it's all fine. So you don't want me to talk about anything about development contributions now, is what I'm hearing you saying. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So I think, in conclusion, I would like to say that we strongly support the provision for a basic all-year-round pool for the Foxton community as an important amenity supporting growing our future together. And I think I can say that, Bernie.
You can certainly say that. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to express our views on the long-term plan and the matters connected.
Appreciate it. Councillor Allen.
Yes, so Mr Mayor, before the other councillors rejoin us at the table, could I move that this submission, the points relating to the development contribution policy, be received under the heading of the development contributions policy, so that this submission is not lost?
So I'm receiving it from Councillor Jennings, all those opposed, those around the rest of the table. So what you said won't be lost. It will be part of the development contribution policy.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. That was thank you very much. That's fine. Okay. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you for again appearing.
All right.
Welcome back, Michael. So, sorry, just before you start, just to let everyone know, Roger said he did not wish to speak to the long-term plan hearing. He was satisfied with what he said before. So it's now to Michael. Thank you.
Cool. So I sort of alluded to before that I'm nervous about the for Councillor Bishop, who had to excuse himself. I'm nervous about the next sort of few years because I feel a lot of the growth is about debt that we've all generated. And I guess as a regenerative farmer and looking at what's happening in my sector, which this is probably the highest growth of innovation and research and development that has ever happened in New Zealand. And it's an international effort. So in hearing the previous submitter speak about the history of Foxton, and it's an inland port, most would know that out of that port was huge tonnages of natural flax fibre and wool and all sorts of things that really sustained a huge amount of employment. And that is part of what we have to really consider going forward as a district, that even though we have had a huge period of what we call growth, we have not got the diversity of employment or, things that meaning that if you go back on big studies that have been done in this country talking about the social issue. So the social issue around crime, around depression, around, mental health in general, that owning our own home, having a job, if you look at when we had almost 100% employment, we had very low crime, we had very, very low mental health problems, and we had very little capital costs coming from state services to service the need to service the social harms that was happening in society. So Horowhenua, we must recognise, as we are told often more than not, that 34% of the vegetables are grown in this area. We have 80,000 edibles to choose from, and we only cultivate 134 globally. So we've got an enormous amount of food that we have at our fingertips that can pretty much grow here in this unique microclimate and soil. So that little bit sort of apportions just what a value we actually have in the soil itself. Now that's talked a little bit about flax or fibres. There's many, many fibres. And fibre is a big industry coming to fruition, really, going away from the synthetics, which are wool-based, which are high carbon in demand, and going into things that are sort of hemp fibres. That's a little bit, hip, but there's much more fibres than just hemp. They go on. Anything could be, from corn to anything, can be turned into a plastic. We've got a very big thing happening in New Zealand at the moment with the wool industry, incorporating wool and some other binders into making plastic products, going away from the wool dependence. Medicine is a huge thing. Things like hawthorn. The hawthorn berry is something that treats cardiovascular disease. So, and I mean, it's not crazy stuff. It's sort of like, it's in that grade of like aspirin. It's a age-old thing. We can grow all these things because our history, which the previous gentleman spoke about, knowing our history might unpack our future a little bit better. We used to have a huge growing area here of Chinese gooseberries and things like that. And, our horticulture industry was a lot more diverse. We still we haven't lost that. The one good thing I think that we have got in the property development that has happened is we've got lots of 10-acre blocks or 4-hectare blocks. These are perfect blocks to be converted into growing, good cash crops. There's a lot of people that have, unfortunately it's a long-term investment, but there's a lot of people that have gone into growing specific things to sell and are making good money, to the point that it's more on that very small farm, it's the equivalent of a big farm in what it returns. So why am I talking about this with council? Well, I think that the thing is what we really, really need to do is be in a situation where we can actually start strategising and see where we can pull together as a community and via council as a hub, actually see what we can harness from what's going forward in the future of natural farming, food and fibre, and especially around what we could be going back to our past where we were a high manufacturing area where we employed a lot of people. All of Foxton was just about employed in making carpets or in the textile industry, coming down to Levin. Levin was very big in it. I think that could happen again and be a cushioning effect of no matter what happens. Like, I know obviously today we've spoken a lot about what's happening in the housing market as being sort of the conduit of where everything flows or comes from. I think that we're sort of got to be ready to be having a big wider discussion or be the first off the block really, because a lot of districts aren't, we would be the first district to be sort of doing it, which would be reinventing farming, small farming and medium-sized farming in New Zealand, where we're actually spreading the gains from what we produce across a wider section of the community. And I think these gains have huge, big potential. There's the appetite for high carbon use products is very low, whereas if we're first off the block in doing it, we're in on the ground floor and there's a high marketplace for it, and it could be something that would mean that we could be having quite a vibrant lifestyle and community in Horowhenua. So I think that we haven't covered that, and I think it's the part of our immediate future that we aren't recognising as a growing area.
Thank you, Michael. Always appreciate your views and opinions, and it's great to get a different perspective on what is going on. Is any questions? Councillor Allen.
Thank you for that, Michael. What specific role do you see council playing in terms of realising that vision, the greater?
Oh, for sure. So, did I just do that wrong? Previously, around sort of developing the long-term plan, you had drop-in sessions and things like that. I think that a cross-section of the people that I've seen so far today that have come into your hearing, we haven't got a big enough cross-section that has turned out to take part in this exercise that we're doing today. And I think that youth play, and Maori youth, every single culture, we all play a really big role in planning our future, but we have to have confidence in that. So I think the more things that we do like you did, it was your moves that convinced me that it's a good idea that the council could be a sort of a facilitator of this, if you like. That we actually, there's funds sitting there for, say, for the lake, for the wetland. Rather than it be a restorative project just about bringing back native species, that could be a productive, part of that could be a productive wetland, where we were looking at harvesting those those flaxes into fibres and in effect harvesting the bad nutrients out and turning them into a product which would have an ongoing income. But it also could be mimicked. Everything that we do in natural farming is biomimicry of the environment or of nature, and it's how we uptake it. So I think getting young people involved by encouraging the schools into this sort of process, it's their future. I was shocked that most schools, if you ask them, how many of you want to be a farmer, not many kids, not one person puts up their hand that they want to be a farmer. And I think when you went back sort of 30 years in the Horowhenua, everybody wanted to be a farmer. So I think it's just redefining that a little bit. So I do see council as being a role to sort of bring us back to, like, we're talking about like an urban council, but we are a rural council, because that should be the main breadwinner for our area.
Councillor Bishop. Thank you, Michael. I left school 30 years ago, and I can assure you I didn't really want to be a farmer, even though I was off the farm, because I could see where farming was going as far as the technology push and the lack of employment on farms and on productive units. That's what I'm going to with this question. So I've understood for a few years that you've been doing your regenerative farming type operation. Is that more labour intensive per productive unit than what we would call the conventional farming systems now? Or where do we, as you've alluded to, some of these smaller blocks, where do we find jobs for our young people in a sustainable way, not just economically sustainable, but for the land as well?
Yeah, hey, look, that's an awesome question, and I don't want to take other submitters' time, but it's really how intense. Like, if you think about the current system of agriculture, and I don't want to knock it, because a lot of conventional agriculture, we're still taking those principles, like just because, like say a milking robot, that's still something that we would incorporate in a regenerative dairy unit. Just because it's technology doesn't mean that we push it out. But what we're talking about is multiple levels of income potential on the farm, which means that, when I'm talking about fibres, that means like alley cropping. So you might be planting, instead of, like on my farm, I've got a lot of barberry hedges, but I'm trying to plant a lot of mulberries. So you've got the berries to pick, and a lot of nut trees. And so if you've got people to pick and process the nuts, when I talked about medicines, that's where you can afford to employ people, because the high-end product, well, the product at the other end can afford to pay for it. I think that the thing that we can't even really put that potential number into place other than areas that are far ahead of us. So if you take Singing Frog Farm over in America, its turnover per acre, so it's not hectare but acre, it's $280,000 US, and it employs, paying a living wage, an incredible amount of people to work and sort of live and learn on that farm. And we are quite close to those sorts of things happening, so that's more sort of your food forests and all that sort of thing, permaculture. So it's really, it comes down to what we can actually gain from this is really how much we put in at the bottom end, which is, speaking to Councillor Allen's thing, is really, we've got to get going on trying to see what we can harvest from it somewhere. Because farmers aren't, it's like building, Wayne. At the end of the day, we're in building. Like I worked the building industry for 20 years. We weren't very good at we never could coordinate anything as a group, and farming's very much the same. So you have to have some facilitator.
Thank you, Michael. We did let that go on a little bit longer, but
Sorry about
you're
that.
fortunate that there are some later presenters who are not appearing before us. So thank you again for your time and appreciate you making the effort. Cheers. Ian, welcome. Welcome in. You know how this works, don't you? You've done it before?
Yeah, I have, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert.
Yeah. So you've got 10 minutes and probably a little bit longer if we because our next one's not due straight away. But the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name's Ian August. I represent the Buckley Golf Club, which lives in Shannon. I'm the treasurer of that club, and we are a little disturbed by your proposed change in the rating system. Okay, we are very much a local part of the local community at Shannon, with our course being used for many different activities. The local school runs cross country on our course. A very successful car show was had in 2019, and the COVID stopped any further car shows in that regard, but hopefully they'll be back again. The Big Bang Adventure Race finished on our course last October. This course is also open to walkers, runners and dogs for exercising. We also encourage people who are not members of our club to come and play golf on our club, and they be members of other clubs or just people that like to get out and hit a golf ball around and exercise a bit. As a club, we find it hard to understand why we have been put in the same category as lifestyle blocks. It beggars belief, to be honest, from where I'm sitting. The club leases its land to a neighbouring farmer for grazing, and it's very much part of his farming operation is him leasing our golf course. We are a club of 40 members, and I would have to admit that we're struggling membership-wise, as a lot of other clubs are. Most of the maintenance on the course is done voluntarily by our members. Not all of it, but most of it. The club's current rate bill is $2,100. The proposed increase would be over $1,000. Nearly 50%. That's eye-watering. And it would make us struggle more and more. So, yeah, I don't know whether you couldn't find a category to put sports clubs into, but certainly your proposal does not help us in any way. Questions?
Thanks, Ian. Any questions from councillors? So do you want to join in at the table? Oh, I see what you mean. Yep. Okay. Thanks. Right. Yeah. Just a bit of history, Ian. How long's the club been established, and in terms of where did you get that? How did you get established in the first place in terms of the land and things?
Look, to be honest, I couldn't tell you how old the club is. It goes a long way back into the early 1900s. It was first formed. It's had about 3 different homes. The current, we were actually on, members offered their land for many, many years, until in the end the club, they grew potatoes and things like that to get enough money to buy the land where we are now, and the club actually owns the land fully and it's all paid for. So, those forebears have certainly put us in a very nice position as far as owning our own land and what have you.
Councillor Jennings.
Mr. August, can I just confirm, so the zoning of the property at the moment is rural, is that correct? Do you know? It might be that I can follow up later with staff, but...
Well, I presume it is. It's out in the sticks. Now, the figures that I got of the rate increase, the staff here at the council told me that's what the increase would be. So, yeah, it was nothing, it's not a made-up figure or anything.
Thank you, Ian. Look, I appreciate, as you can imagine, this is a topic that is raised since we put in that change. It's been raised by a number of submitters, and obviously will be a consideration as we move forward to deliberations over the next couple of weeks. So don't fret that it hasn't been thought of or forgotten. Certainly it will be a major point of topic. So, Councillor Tukapua, sorry.
Just a point of clarification. There were times during other hearing processes where if something was raised that we didn't quite understand, we could ask for that information to come back later. This is between times before we get to deliberations. Is that still the case, or would we just ask you in a briefing later? Or? Yeah. So I just wondered, so those figures quoted came from officers, and I would like to check, is that an anomaly, or is that going to be for some other perhaps sports clubs in a similar situation? I just want to know if it's a one-off, or can we check that later?
And also further to that, is there in the past, or have we used some sort of remission for these types of situations? I'm just not sure what's come across our table, but certainly keen to explore that.
If it's helpful, I can probably clarify a couple of those points now, just in terms of the remissions, into the second question. You will see in your rates notice that there are currently remissions available for sports and community related things, but they don't apply. This particular remission, this particular change that you're referencing is in relation to the general rate, which is currently charged based on land value. So the key people that are being impacted by this proposed change are, I'll just summarize it briefly just to help. So previously it was based on a map structure in terms of the rural area, and what's being proposed to change is that would move to quotable value, who are our valuers, classify land based on its highest and best use. And so what's being proposed through the draft long-term plan is to rely on quotable values, agricultural, pastoral, the farming type classifications to define what is rural to receive that differential. And so those properties, it's very unusual, I think, a golf course in a rural area. A golf course in the rural area is probably one of the only sports type related facilities that would be in that area. So your question around is that an anomaly? It probably is one of the only ones that would be impacted in that way. But where we're seeing a lot of questions and comments through the consultation, and you'll hear a lot of them as we go through the hearings, is around those properties that are vacant lifestyle classification from quotable values perspective. When they're valuing from a highest and best use perspective, they're saying they should be, their highest and best use is as a vacant residential lot. And so that's how they're valuing it for their purposes. But what we're seeing through the submissions and what we're hearing is there are a number of farms that are using smaller bits of land as part of their wider operation. And so they're being caught in this where their bigger farm is being classified as farming, but then the smaller lots are not meeting that criteria. And so that's one of the key things, I think, in terms of what you'll hear through this conversation are the issues that people are raising.
So as you can hear, Ian, it is a topic that we will be discussing in more detail shortly. Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate the fact that you've come and informed us about it too. Yeah. And hopefully the golf club survives in the future.
So do I. Thank you.
It is Dean. Sorry, Douglas, is it?
Yeah, Dean.
Dean, I wondered whether it was.
I was born Douglas Dean Berry.
Right.
If I went to school where we were all brought up, there would have been 5 Douglas Berries starting school on the same day. So I got Dean, so that's my second name, and my partner is the same. Margaret is the same as me, so we're known as Dean and Jean. And we run, or we try to run, the RSA Indoor Bowling Club.
Well, welcome again, and we're here to talk about the long-term plan this time.
Right, the long-term plan.
Yep.
Changes to the general rate. One is what I'm talking about. All pensioners should get a discount on their rates. It should be worldwide. 40% of our population are pensioners, or going to be in the next 10 years. This may be affected by the revoke or continuance of the RMA. Topics 3 and 4, purpose changes to the draft revenue financing policy. Don't fire ahead and make rash decisions. Don't do unnecessary roading. Queen Street is a diabolical mess. It slows traffic down. Sometimes people are still waiting at Salisbury Street to get across the main road with 4 changes in the lights. I think that's despicable. I can walk to Oxford Street to the bank quicker sometimes. Not at the moment. No more cosmetic works. Do what's necessary. We don't need a rates blowout, guys. Come on. It's now or never. We've had too much of robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's been going on for years. My stage of life, I turn the big 65 on Monday. We struggle to pay our rates now. I'd like to see you live on $300 a week, because that's what I get in the super. Fixed income is no dream time. All this comes back to is we have given away the opportunity for people to pay rates more efficiently. Don't waste it, and make it mandatory that we keep it down so we can afford to live here in Levin. Levin and Horowhenua are my hometown. I was born here. I was born on the property where I live, about 300 metres from the house where I was born. I was away for 30 years. I saw some horrible things while I was away. I came home to paradise, or I thought it was paradise. My rates have gone up nearly 500% since 2005. And a lot of people are saying 15%, we can't afford another 15%. I said, well, I don't know how I'm going to afford another 15%. I might have to carry on working. I might have to reopen my little giveaway stall of growing plants and cabbages so people can afford that live out past my place can afford to live like me and have a home garden. I don't see any answer to not having rates. Rates and taxes are the scourge of any nation. Anybody will tell you that. Just remember to keep it down low so we can all live in paradise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
I wish to, before I go, I would like this recorded, that there was no hard copy whenever I came in for the submissions on the front desk. And no one could give me an answer why. And I still asked again this morning, and there was none. The hard copy, the copy of the submissions so I could read other people's submissions. That's what was stated in the letter, but it's online. I'm sorry, I don't have a computer. I don't know how to operate one. I ran a business for 40 years. I didn't need one. I used the telephone.
So the number of pages in our submissions that we received was 4,500 pages.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
So that's quite a lot of, that's 9 reams of paper just for one lot of paper. So you can imagine if we printed, you want us to keep costs down, that's one of the reasons why we don't print lots of hard copies. Because the amount of
less than $100.
We're trying to save trees as well.
Yes, right. Okay, fair enough. The last one is let the people know the truth, not half truths, the full truth. Thanks.
Yeah, Dean, just going back to your opening statement there, mate. My mother's also a pensioner, and I know there is a rebate you can get on your rates. You apply for it every year. It is actively promoted by this council. So,
Mr. Isaacs, myself and my partner did not qualify by $5.
Okay.
As long as I just want to make sure you're aware of it, that's all.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the first time, but that's the first time that we have applied for it. Okay.
Councillor Jennings. Mr. Berry, thank you very much for sharing your comments, and I think it's really important to hear about the struggle around rates. I think it's really, really important. I guess, and I'm going to be really blunt with this question, which is, what is an affordable rate rise look like to you? I mean, for us, it's really important to understand what the feeling is.
I look at our position. We live rurally. We struggle to walk up the road because it's 80 k's an hour. It used to be 100, and I was one of the main ones at getting the speed limit down on our road. We get a strip of grass about this wide to walk from one neighbouring property to another neighbouring property. I don't get council water. We have to pay for our rubbish to be taken away. We've got no footpaths. So if I have to give up driving after Thursday, how am I going to get to town? Oh, taxi. My place to town, they want to charge me $30. It's cheaper to get a horse. But you might see pop up on the village green a hitching rail in the next couple of weeks. All right?
Councillor Bishop. Thank you. I'm just going to reiterate what Councillor Isaac said about your opening statement where you said all pensioners should get a reduced rate.
Yep.
So currently you're aware, as you've said, that there is the opportunity for those who meet the threshold to obtain a rate subsidy or rebate.
Yeah.
Do you seriously think that those of means that don't need that rebate should be claiming that rebate?
Well, they can now. It doesn't mean what sort of income they're on a fixed income, but if they've got $750,000 in the bank, they still get the rebate. So what's the story? Eh?
No, that's correct. And further to that, are you aware that from last I've heard, I think there's about $1 million plus unclaimed of rebate that doesn't flow into this community because people don't apply for it?
Well, that's up to them. I applied for mine, and because we were $5 over the threshold, we didn't get it. So there's a lot of anomalies in things. There's no set plan. It's like the man who declared that 3/4 of the buildings in Levin were earthquake prone. He discovered that from Wellington by going to town on the Capital Connection.
That's a different topic which we'll talk
well,
about some other station.
Well,
Dean, appreciate the fact that you've
same sort of scenario
come before us today and your message has been received. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And so are we combining the two submissions again, or are we...
We'll just go bang bang and make it
go
one.
bang. Okay,
Make it happen.
cool. Welcome back. And
Okay. We'll start with the ratepayers group. Okay. Long-term submission hearings May 2021.
Horowhenua Farmers Ratepayers Group. Hello everybody again. Topic 1, Foxton Pool. We support option 2 as this would give the Fox community a year-round pool facility in their town. As per our previous submission, do the assumed additional costs per annum take into account the additional costs of wages, power and maintenance? If the answer is no, then councillors, you need to be given the full facts before you can make an informed decision on the most financially prudent option. Another factor that, as councillors, you need to consider is the level of attendance at the current pool facility. We have received comments that the pool is not well patronised. If this is true, then there would seem to be limited incentive to spend a major amount of funds, all of which will be borrowed, on a new pool facility that could potentially run at a loss and be a burden on the district ratepayers. Topic 3, land transport targeted rate. We agree with option 1, remove the differential. Topic 4, changes to the general rate. The proposed change is supported in principle. Unfortunately, there are a large number of rating units that have been categorised as vacant lifestyle land, that are actually land that is used in conjunction with an existing farm, either as part of the farming platform, as a support block, where dry stock, young stock are grazed, or they are blocks held in marry ownership that are leased to the farming enterprise to be included in the farming platform. It is of concern that the change in use category that the council will implement will lead to an increase in the rates to the farming enterprise, and subsequent to that, some of these lease blocks will become uneconomic to continue farming on. Should this happen, it will place a double financial burden on the landowners, as there will no longer be any lease money received, and the landowner will also be liable for the ongoing rates. Therefore, we support the concept, but wish to see either the factor equation further addressed, or that the rating unit that is being adversely affected should be identified and the category of that unit revert to farming to reflect its current usage. Draft revenue and finance policy. Our group's major concern is the proposed increase in borrowings and the proposed increase in the upper debt level. We are additionally concerned about where the money is going to be spent. Again, as in past years, we ask that the councillors only consider spending on the necessities, not the feel-good projects. Necessities being roading, water, wastewater and stormwater. Once living increases in size and has the critical mass to sustain the borrowings, then the feel-good projects can be revisited. Draft rate remission policy. In this proposed policy, there should be included a remedy for the issue that we raised about the farming land being rated as vacant lifestyle. Affected landowners need a policy through which they can prove that the land has been used as farming in the past, and therefore should not be classed as vacant lifestyle land. And therefore those blocks should also be eligible for the rates remission. Financial strategy. Our group opposes the proposed increase in the net debt level limit to 250% of the operating income. That's it. Or do you want me to keep waffling on?
No, appreciate the brevity, thank you. Any questions for Anne at all? And I suppose the philosophical discussion must be held at some time, though, that our community deserves some of the good things. And we cannot keep ignoring the fact that they need facilities that enhance well-being. And I just wondered, where's the balance?
The balance is, I look at Wellington, and Wellington's got all the good feel-good projects, and they've spent a lot of time keeping their sewer out of the harbour these last 12 months, and there's a certain gentleman here in town who's earned a lot of money because of that problem, because they didn't spend the money on the infrastructure. They've gone with a feel-good all the way through, and that's something you guys have got to weigh up. I'm not saying cancel all feel-good projects. I'm just saying you need to think about where the money needs to be spent first. If the community is going to grow, if Tarek is going to take off and we're going to increase in this population size that you say we are, then you'll have the critical mass to be able to do the feel-good projects. But what's the point of borrowing the money now to create this beautiful feel-good project that no one uses because we don't have the critical mass, we don't have the people actually here doing it, using it?
Councillor.
Thank you, Anne. Representing the farmers group, I'm sure they understand debt and the implications of carrying debt well. Have you had a discussion with that group of what level of debt they think or see as prudent for the council to be carrying?
They would like to leave the current net debt limit at the 195.
There appears to be no further questions. Yeah. So thank you. You are ready then to move on to your next one. Thank you.
Okay. From Brian and I. Okay, topic 1, the Fox and Pool. We support option 2, where okay. I was just going to try and cut a hole about, but it's probably better just a waffle. As per our submission, do the assumed additional costs per annum take into account the additional costs of wages, power and maintenance, or is the figure of 26.61 only the interest costs? If the answer is no, then the full picture needs to be provided to councillors so that they are fully informed and able to make a prudent decision. We note the council has just finished spending $250,000 on upgrading the Levin Pool facility, which we believe was not in the annual plan last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. Topic 3, land transport targeted rate. Yes, we agree with option 1, remove the differential. Topic 4, changes to the general rate. The proposed change is supported in principle. We support the concept that wish to see either the factor equation fully addressed or that any rating unit that is currently used for farming purposes as part of an existing farming enterprise be identified and the category of that rating unit revert to farming to reflect its current usage. Draft, revenue and financial policy. We strongly oppose the proposed increase in borrowings and the proposed increase in the upper debt limit level. It seems that the theme at every LTP submission is that for the next 3 years debt will go up, the rates increase will go up, but in the 4th year it will begin to reduce. Attached are copies of the LTP from 2015 and 2018, which predicted that by now the projected rates increase for this coming year would be either 4% under 2015 or 6.4% under 2018, whereas the increase is predicted to be 6.7%. Also that the net debt levels should be beginning to reduce, but this LTP you predict it will be another 15 years away in 2036 before the net debt level begins to reduce. May I note I'll be a pensioner then and I'll be claiming that subsidy on my rates. All this all happened in a time of historically low interest rates. Where would the council be if the interest rate being charged on borrowings were to increase by say 1%, by say 2%? I would predict in a very difficult financial position. But if the debt levels are increased to 262 million, then the situation could be disastrous. We are additionally concerned about where the money is going to be spent. Again, as in past years, we ask that the councils only consider spending on the necessities, not on the feel-good projects. We were told that Te Tākere would be fully funded from donations and funds raised in the community, but at the end, the council took on a large loan to finish the project. We were told that Te Araha Newstrom would be fully funded from the overseas and New Zealand Dutch community and funds raised in the community. And again, there was lending taken by the council to finish the project. The necessities being roading, water, wastewater and stormwater. Fund these renewals. The new infrastructure before you waste money on major upgrade of Donnelly Park, an expensive splash pad or an over-the-top pool development in Foxton. Once the Horowhenua District increases in population and has the critical mass to sustain the borrowings, then the feel-good projects can be revisited. Draft rates remission policy. Included in this proposed policy, there should be incorporated a remedy for the issue that we've raised about the farming land being rated as vacant lifestyle. Affected landowners need a policy through which they can prove that the land has been used as farming in the past and therefore should not be classed as vacant lifestyle land. And therefore those blocks should be all eligible for the rates remission. Our parents, I say, but it's Brian's parents' land in Roslyn Road has been used as a support block for the Koe Road, Lindsay Road Dairy Farm since 1974. The land use has not changed. The only change that has changed is that council rezoned the land and classed it as residential some years ago. After a good fight, council implemented the current remission policy to compensate them for the steep rates rise that occurred as a result of rezoning, a rise in the vicinity of 85%. Suddenly now that land is being deemed to be vacant lifestyle land with a dwelling. And again the land is predicted to have a rates increase of 60%, taking the rates on the 15 hectare block to over $10,000 a year. For us, we have been assured by council officers that the remission policy is still in place, but there are other farming enterprises out there that will be seeing a predicted rate increase that will be an additional financial burden with no additional benefit. Financial strategy. We strongly oppose the proposed increase in the net debt limit to 250% of the operating income. Leave the level as the current 195% and learn to live within your means. We strongly oppose increasing the new debt to $262 million. Don't waste money on the feel-good projects. Additional comments. Town water supply. Has the council investigated the bore that is reported to be located at the old Live-In Dairy Factory as a source of supply? Has council investigated the likelihood there is groundwater in the Gladstone Green area? Has council spoken with locals about other water sources? Bob Williams always said there was a good water source on the southern end of Arapai Road on what once was his land. There is also belief there is water source in the Ohau area, and I don't mean the river.
Thank you again, Anne. So, councillors, any questions? Councillor Isaacs.
Hi, Anne, thanks for that. I just want to clarify something about the pool that you mentioned in your opening statements. I believe that was maintenance that was due to be done this year, the 250,000, okay. And because of the COVID, and we've shut the pool because of COVID-19, that was brought forward, so we didn't again have to shut the pool this year. I just wanted to clarify that with you. Thank you.
Thank you again, and look, you raised a number of, well considered and well put points. Obviously we've got a lot of deliberations and considerations to make before we get through this long-term plan process, and we thank you for your contribution towards that. Appreciate
No worries.
It. Thank you.
You've got to stop. I was just wondering if we could get a copy of your speeches together. Thank you.
John, we are running a little bit ahead of time, but if you're here, could you please come to the table? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Worship Mayor, HDC councillors and council employees, thank you for this opportunity of speaking with you. I speak today not as an elected member of the Foxton Community Board, but as the chair of the Foxton District's Budget Service, a not-for-profit organisation that has been serving the Foxton District community since 2007, and by my choice as a member of the Foxton community. Our subject is the Foxton War Memorial Hall, an integral part of our community. Our hall was built from funds raised by the community, assisted by a government grant as a memorial to those who served and fought for our freedom in 2 world wars. Many of them were killed in action. The Foxton War Memorial has been standing through rain, hail, shine and earthquakes such as in Nangohua, Christchurch, Selwyn and Kaikoura that I know of since the 29th of August 1953. And it has been the venue for weddings, 21st and anniversary celebrations for the community, as well as until recently the Centre for the Army at the Anzac Day Parade Memorial Service. It's part of Foxton. Whilst I can appreciate the Horowhenua District Council wanting to divest itself of non-core assets, it would be unwise to ignore the feelings that the community have towards the War Memorial Hall. It was built in remembrance of whānau who have served and died for New Zealand. It is also has significance to relative newcomers, such as myself, whose father served at Gallipoli. The people of Foxton want to retain the Foxton War Memorial Hall, and it's unwise to underestimate the passion of the Foxton community. The hall should be developed as a community centre for the many activities that are not suitable for Te Aroha Newstrom. It can and will work in harmony with TANZ, not as a competitor. I'm aware of the submission put forward by another group in Foxton requesting that the ownership of the hall be transferred to a Foxton-based non-profit organisation. This would undoubtedly elevate the perception of HDC in the eyes of the community. We support that submission and further submit that we, the Foxton District's Budget Service, be that organisation. The Budget Service used to be housed, rent-free, in a former library building in Clyde Street. However, no provisions for us were made when Te Aroha Newstrom was designed and built. Admittedly, we were offered occasional use of the room in the complex, but that simply is not suitable, especially for our clients who are entitled to privacy, especially for the documentation that we must keep securely. Our service cannot be restricted to a few hours per week. As a result of this move, we have been operating from the King Cottage at the rear of the Salvation Army Centre in Avenue Road. Our premises do not comply with health and safety regulations in that we have no toilet facilities of any type and no running water. The very first thing that we were advised to do as a budget service is to offer our clients a cup of tea or coffee to relax them. This service is made difficult. Should a client or staff member need the toilet, we then have to unlock the Salvation Army Centre and escort the client to the toilet. This is not satisfactory. That being said, the Foxton District Budget Service would, if the Foxton District Budget Service would be gifted or sold the hall for a minimal amount, that would solve our health and safety issues immediately. The FDBS, the Foxton District Budget Service operation, is funded by the Ministry of Social Development with grants from both COGS and lotteries. Funds are also raised from other sources. Our service is expanding and aims to become a fence at the top of the cliff rather than the ambulance at the bottom. This fits the ambitions of MSD to help grow financial capability across the community and will be actioned through education. That may incur a name change to personal money coaches rather than budget service, hopefully removing the perceived stigma attached by some to the word budget. If the Foxton District Budget Service becomes owner of the Foxton War Memorial Hall, the first thing that would happen was that if the Budget Service could contribute a rental to the hall and instigate the initial plan of action as in the submission. There would be no name change. Two important things to consider are that, according to the Chief Executive, the earthquake remediation required can be spread over 15 years. Secondly, the current chair of Foxton District Budget Service has wide experience in fundraising for non-profit organisations such as Wildlife Foxton Trust, Foxton Horse Lawn Tram, and has worked with the HDC on the Foxton Futures Governance Group. There are existing relationships with major funding organisations, including but not limited to ECCT, Transpower Community Fund, and there are several lotteries funds through the DIA, as well as others being administered by trustee organisations. As the time is limited, permit me to close with an impassioned plea to return the Foxton Memorial Hall to the community of Foxton. Failure to do so would not be good for the community or for HDC. Transferring ownership to the Foxton District Budget Service would maintain the hall in the community and immediately relieve HDC of financial responsibility. A real win-win solution. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Any questions for Councillor Allen?
Yeah, thanks for that, John. So, as we are aware, and you've referenced it in your submission, there is another group that has expressed interest in ownership of the hall by way of perhaps an incorporated society model. This submission is another step now, in my understanding, because if I've got it right, you're saying that the opportunity exists for the budget services to take ownership of the hall. So my question is, have you had discussions with that other group, and do they have a view in terms of whether they would be happy for the ownership to lie with you rather than themselves?
The subject of ownership has not been discussed at great depth. When the other group initially started, they approached us with the concept of us being a tenant there. Right, and I understand that, and we could be a tenant there, but we are already an incorporated society, and I don't see the need to reinvent the wheel with a new trust with no experience. I think that with the experience that we already have, and with all due respect, the experience that I have with fundraising, it'd be a much easier thing for me to take the wheel and develop the whole concept from fundraising for the earthquake renewal over a period of time. And as the Foxton District Budget Service has a history since 2007 and is backed by a government department, that puts us in fairly good stead.
And supplementary to that, Mr. Mayor, so I'm referring halfway down on page 1, it says, you make the statement, the people of Foxton want to retain the Foxton War Memorial Hall.
Yes.
And as someone else who lives in that area, I'm aware that there are degrees of passion around that. This is a very strong statement, the people of Foxton. Can you quantify the level of enthusiasm for the community to own the Foxton Memorial Hall, as opposed to, I guess, that other issue about honouring the memorial aspects of it, but not necessarily the building itself? Can you quantify that support for us in some way?
I can't give you actual numbers, but I have spoken to many people around the town. I'm around the town on a regular, all the time, and everybody I've spoken to wants to retain the hall. And I'm aware that the other group, in fact, went around collecting signatures for that, and they were not turned down by anybody they spoke to. The feeling is quite high. Foxton War Memorial Hall should belong to Foxton.
Councillor Bruni.
Thanks, John. Thanks for your submission. A couple of questions. The first one is around your current venue, and the reason you're in the Salvation Army is that because no other premises are available, or you don't have the funding to pay for another premises? Can you just and just another one? It's probably more of a comment, to be honest. I just find your statement, this would undoubtedly elevate the perception of HD in the eyes of the community. I find that quite unfortunate, John. And the reason I say that is because I'm part of a council that for the last 3 terms I've been in council, have heavily invested in Foxton. Heavily invested. Tower New Strong, Main Street upgrade, the loop regeneration, and amongst lots and lots of other things. So the comment that's raise the perception of HDC in the community, if we don't support this, I just find it a little bit uncomfortable. Certainly, I don't need to say that, but I'll let you answer my first question anyway.
Sorry, would you like to repeat the first question?
Thanks, Ross. Right, in terms of your current situation where you're renting, is that because there's no other premises available, or a challenge with funding?
No, that's not quite the situation. At the time of being asked to leave the library building, there were no other premises available. It's not a matter we pay rental to the Salvation Army. It's not a rental situation. We have not found other suitable premises which are really within our budget to make it a reasonable operation, because we are not a commercial organisation. We are a not-for-profit, and we're funded to be as a not-for-profit. I have researched several other places because we do need to get a place that complies with health and safety. But the only two places I find that could have been suitable would have cost $100,000 or more to upgrade and make them suitable with the offices for privacy that we need. We are a growing service, and we actually need 3 or 4 secure offices for privacy for our clients.
Councillor Kasem.
Yeah, thank you, John. I just wanted to ask you a question around Ministry of Social Development. So they're your core funder for the Foxton Budget Service, and you mentioned the possibility of going into a building, the name change and other rental options, and I just wondered what MSD's views were on the fact that you were taking the organisation in that direction as though your main funder. What response have you had from them?
Well, the direction that we've had from MSD is the fact that our concept is to develop financial capability. I have not yet approached them about the possible name change, because that's a very recent development from our point of view. But the concept is, and our MSD's sister organisation is called FinCap, which is financial capability. Right? And one of the things that I have found is that with some people there's a stigma approach to the budget service. We don't want to go to the budget service because they're telling us how to handle our money. We don't tell people how to do anything. We help them arrange their own financial aspects to become financially capable.
Mr. James. Mr. Girling, my question relates to financial sustainability of what you're proposing. As a council, a table of councillors, we've been advised about the significant gap between the current cost of maintaining the building in terms of ongoing maintenance, and obviously also the cost that would be involved potentially in earthquake strengthening the building. And we know that there is a significant gap between those costs and what the building generates in terms of revenue now through highridge. So my question is around how do you think you will actually make this a more financially sustainable arrangement than council can? And then a second question is, if it doesn't all work out, what happens in terms of, because obviously the ownership you're talking about transfer of ownership to your organisation. So what happens if things don't work out? Where does the potential proceeds of the sale of the property or necessity of disposal at that stage? So are you able to talk to those things?
Yes, I thought this through quite considerably. First of all, I don't think the Foxton District Budget Service will be going anywhere, because it is a service that is very necessary in our community. The aspect of it not working successfully, I know at the moment there's a shortfall because there's no income to the hall. Right? The first thing that would happen would be that we would be able to contribute some $5,000 a year or so into the fund, right, to keep it going, and then we would develop with a subcommittee the use of the hall for very many other organisations, such as karate, such as dance classes and stuff like that, and we would make it a community operation again and get it working fully. And we've had reasonable feedback on that's possible. I think that one of the things that we would start addressing would be looking for funding to do the necessary repairs for the earthquake proofing, but we've got 15 years to do that, and we've got a while. So I think it would be nice, as I put in my written submission, that it would be good for the council to let us be there without rates, and we can then handle everything from then on. And I don't think there would be a problem with survival, because it'd be a community organisation, we'd get the community behind it.
Councillor Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, John. I'm just interested in what numbers, I mean, you've got an army of volunteers behind you to make this operation run. What sort of numbers of volunteers do you have in your group there?
Well, our group currently has 4 trustees who work full time, but there are other people who we could actually bring into the situation. We haven't done that because we don't have ownership of the place. But in my experience, and I've had a considerable amount with non-profit organisations in Foxton, there are other trusts which I've been involved in which have all been able to be quite successful and grow forward. We can do it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate the message, and it will no doubt become a major topic over the next few weeks as we deliberate towards the future of the Foxton Memorial Hall. So thank you for your submission on behalf of the budget service.
Thank you.
We have a little bit of time before dinner arrives shortly, and Moore is in the room, and Jeff is going to accompany him to the table. So welcome, Moore. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Okay. My name is Mo Matakali. I live at 238 Hakea Beach Road. And I got one of these great letters that you sent out about rates. So the topic today is the changing of the rural differential rating system for me. The change to rural differential rates means that our Māori owners' bare land will become uneconomic to farm and yet is very dear to our hearts. For this reason, we require a suitable way forward. It also has a big effect on the rates we pay, and it makes it very difficult for our next generation to live and work in their family areas. Just from the that you sent me, there's one sentence here that I want to read to you. Council proposed change to the general rates differential would, if adopted, adversely affect rural located businesses, vacant bare land, lifestyle properties, and any other ratings units that is not designated as a farming or agriculture use. I think that it's not quite correct. One thing we were told when we were growing up as kids by my nana, my dad, always never to sell land. So we are here for a long time. We ain't going to sell no land. 2 sheep farmers and then milking cows to the present day that's come through. 65 years of my life, our blocks have been farmed, as is a huge amount of other Māori land. And I guess other blocks of land owned by other people. The rates differential will definitely impact, with leases to carry on for obvious reasons, just not viable. Land blocks farmed for the listings of time are clearly used for farming. Our block of land has never been anything else but farming, and that's where these rates are hurting us. I class our block, even though I lease it out, as a farming block. Yeah, through this letter here, you give me the option to say that it's not a farming or agricultural block. This is going to have a huge effect I'm a Māori myself. Other Māori owners, I don't really know whether they do know what's coming. And probably a lot of other people that have no idea what's been put there. I only got this done because the farmer that leases my block contacted me with it. Now, as I say, other owners in this area could be in the same block with us. So this will affect us land-wise, income-wise. It could send a lot of Māori blocks into bad debts, but yet they are farmed by farmers. So all I'm saying to you that we need to look at how we work this and look at the land, what they are actually used for, and rate them accordingly.
Thank you. Sure. Jeff, you can just push your button, Jeff, that's fine.
Just to add, Doug Law and Cinder have given a big, long, lengthy explanation to us on this problem. But they say there's 843 of this bare land, little bits of land and so on that are going to be affected. And their answer is simply to pass the buck on to QV, because they say QV does all the valuations and tells us what's bare and what hasn't got houses on. So we know that this is going to be a real problem to identify all the blocks that are bare land or still farmed. But a classic example last night was Jeff Lewis, who said that north of Mitch Pine there's a lot of small Maori blocks. One block he's got in Asparagus has got 5 different Maori owners, all in a different name, so they can't be put together as one title to be amalgamated and cause us to a block of farmland. He said if the rates double, then he can't pay them the same amount of lease, so therefore income goes down. And that's exactly the same as what Moore's talking about. Somehow we've got to identify that the rural businesses, we have no objection to rural businesses being brought into this new rating structure. But there's a hell of a lot of bare land out there which is being sucked into this new rural differential that it's not supposed to be. I'm afraid that if you want to bring in this new differential, you're going to have to go through that whole 843 blocks of land and identify which ones are all being farmed by farmers and leave them on the rural differential they're on now. So that's my summary. I'm not here for any personal gain. I'm here to represent and encourage the Moors to say, hey, this policy isn't going to work, or it's going to be at the detriment of a lot of us in this area.
Thanks, Jeff. Any questions? Councillor Jean.
Jeff, can I just ask you this question, which is around the practicality of what you just described, the 843 properties. Do you think, from a practicality perspective, there could be something sent out to those landowners to say, declare or tell us if you are using it for farming? Is that a workable solution, or are you against that?
I'm not against it at all. I'm just saying we have to find a solution. Now, I'll give you another example, and that was Peterson's. They have got they open the garage for 4 or 5 weeks a year to sell their asparagus. But for their 2 blocks, their rates increase $1,000. Now, is it a rural business or is it not? When they just, and so it's going to be quite tricky identifying what's becoming rural business, what's vacant land and all the rest. But we are talking about blocks of land without a house on it. And so I'll just give you a quick read of what Doug replied. Do you know how many of these targeted blocks are actually part of or used as farming land? If this figure could be identified and that number left as rural, how would it affect the calculation of the general differential removal? And Doug's reply, this could be done, but there are 843 such pieces of land with no easy way of working it out without looking at each one. Whether they are contiguous with farms or contiguous with occupied lifestyle blocks or a non-farming rating unit. There are 590 that are not contiguous, which suggests they are not in fact connected to or owned by the neighbouring farm. The effect would be to shift 371,000 out of the district-wide differential and half, 185,000, that increase to the farming differential, so the remaining rating units in the district-wide differential would have an increase of an average 0.47%. This is the maximum impact without identifying all those not farmed. Also, of the 843 rating units, 357 of these are residential. That is less than a quarter acre. So there's quite a lot that are just little corner blocks and that are not built on and not used for anything. And that's the problem. Even some of these will no doubt be grazed and used by the local farmers. I was made aware of this very fact today. It's what Doug's reply was. So we've got a real problem in just trying to create this new rate.
Thank you, Moa. Really appreciate the fact that you have come before us to highlight, obviously, what has become a significant issue for you and for your Maori landowners around different parts of the district. And you can be rest assured that this will be a topic that we'll have to look at closely before we make some deliberations and decisions going forward. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that you have bothered to turn up today to tell us all about it. Thank you. So that brings us to a meal break. We have only 2 submitters left after our meal, but we have got a break for probably about 45 minutes. They're not here. No. And dinner's arrived. Okay, everybody, we're just about to get underway. We've got two submitters left, Peter Everton for Lakeview Farm, and following that, the Hokio Progressive Association won't be appearing, but it will be Trevor Hinder appearing on behalf of Weka, and he's not too far away. So he can't talk about contributions, can he? No. Peter, please come and join us at the table. So welcome again. Today has been slightly different. While we are hearing submissions on the long-term plan, we have already heard submissions on the development contributions policy.
Yes.
So that is not part of the long-term plan submission hearings. That is separate, and we've already done that because a couple of councillors had to declare conflicts and have taken no part in those hearings. So I just want to make sure that your submission will only relate to issues of the long-term plan and will not relate to anything to do with development contributions.
Well, there is one thing. I've got a copy of it there in front of you.
Yeah, well, we've got the copy of the submission. That's fine.
Yeah, but I've done a list of what I'm talking to.
I'd please ask you not to reference anything to do with development contributions.
Development contributions. Well, I've got it in here.
And so David, Councillor Allen, please do. Yes.
Yeah, you probably know what I'm going to say.
I do.
Just for consistency, could I move that first item on the submission be referred through to the development contribution submissions?
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Jennings. So all those in favour? Thank you. So what we've just done there, Peter, is that the first paragraph that you have reference to the development contributions, we have taken out of the long-term plan submission and we'll put it as part of the submissions around the development contributions policy. Understood? So it's still going to be read and recognised.
Yes, okay. It's only a brief paragraph.
I know it's a process, but unfortunately that's the way we have to do it.
Okay. That's fine. All mine, okay. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to be back again after 2 years. I did see somebody on TV last year. Yes. Okay, well, in my submissions I talk about financial strategy. I do not agree with the council increasing the debt. I'm concerned about when interest rates again rise, like they have in the past. If you've got 100 million debt, a 1% change in the interest rate costs $1 million. So it could have quite a bearing on rates if we do get interest rate rises. It's not so long ago that we were paying 8, 9, 10%. Changes to the general rate. I'm talking about these smaller Maori land sections that we lease, quite a number of, that be part of our farm that we pay rates on and pay rent to the owners that we know of. So to me it's a win-win situation if the council can come up with some remission on those smaller sections of multiple owned titles that being classed as lifestyle blocks and being farmed. Council receives rate payments, the owners receive rent payments and are not liable for rates, and farmers are able to farm the land if the rates are remission to a reasonable thing that makes it economical to farm. If they're not economical to farm and they become uneconomical to farm, then no one really wins if the farmer abandons them, because a lot of them are multiple ownership, so you don't know who to send rate demands to. The other thing I really wanted to talk about is the landfill. I see in the plan
in the long-term plan, there's nothing really relating to the landfill other than solid waste. So it's not spoken to. And I didn't put anything in my submissions on the landfill because I was a secretary to the agreement in February, March of 2019 that said I wasn't to say anything negative about the landfill while that agreement was in place.
So I will ask you not to mention the landfill because that is not part of the long-term plan process. But there will be plenty of time in the future, though, to make submissions around the landfill.
Well, it's partly in the landfill because you've got under solid waste there. What's solid waste to do? Is that not to do with the landfill?
Well, it is, but in terms of the closure, isn't.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say a few things about it because, we're, as part of that group, the Neighbourhood Days, and we're pretty frustrated with the way that agreement's been going with the council. The council's not meeting the spirit of that agreement at all.
I appreciate your concerns around that, but that's not a concern for this long-term plan.
Why is it not in the long-term plan?
Well, because it's a separate issue.
I mean, you look at what you're saying here. It's a strategic part of the long-term plan.
Look, I'll just continue, Peter. But I
want to listen to what we have to say, like the community. But now you're sort of closing me down on it.
No, I don't want to close you down, but I also don't want this to turn into a criticism of council and the process that they're going around the possible or not closure of the landfill.
Well, I've written it there so you can all read it anyway.
Exactly. Yep.
Lucky I put it down in writing there. I'll just see anything. So I've written there the history as I've been involved with it since 1995. And when you're expecting to have something to do with the landfill, I mean, as a ratepayer and a neighbour to the landfill and a member of an NLG group, I'd like to see where we're going. It's 2 years now, and we're supposed to have had something done by now. I mean, I've even put a copy of on the back page there of what was in the community connection put out by the council. So I'd like to have an idea when are we going to be able to speak on the landfill, and when as the ratepayers of Laverne going to find out more about the landfill, because it's been pretty hidden for the last 20 years.
So that process is underway, and we are in the process of getting all the information before a decision is made. The plan is that will happen this year, a decision on the future of the landfill.
I'm really concerned because you're building a mountain out there that can't get much higher than it is now.
So, Peter, this is what I didn't want to generate this discussion into the future of the landfill. This is about the long-term plan. This is the landfill is a separate issue, and I don't want to see the time being used for that.
Well,
you will have plenty of opportunity at some stage to talk about the landfill.
When? I could be dead. 2 years ago since you signed that agreement. Well, I'd like something sorted out pretty soon in the near future. So you can't give me a date? Right. Well, I have very little to say otherwise.
So perhaps Ashley could clarify, but this is our consultation document that goes out to the community, and it highlights the major projects that we are proposing potentially could happen, yet the detail sits in this big chunky one. And so any of this can be discussed, questioned by the public, not just what's in here. So it's all of the above. And yes, solid waste is an activity in here, and I do respect that the landfill conversation or future of is happening a little bit later this year. So respectfully, the Mayor is wanting to park that, but at the same time, I need to understand that. Can the public talk about anything in here? Yes or no?
Correct, but at the discretion of the chair.
Yeah, it's also my argument. You know, it should be in the long-term plan if you're doing anything for landfill. Why is it not in that document? That's what it is for the next 20 years. 20 years? Yeah, 20 years. Yeah. And there's nothing in there. It doesn't say anything about spending or what. And I hear that, the council want to put another liner in, which is not been disclosed at all to the neighbours and the neighbourhood housing group.
Mr. Everton, I think I can probably help just a little bit of this discussion, which is that last year, this council signed off on a number of things called significant forecasting assumptions. And so those are assumptions that the plan was then built around. And one of the assumptions that was put forward, or actually are they in draft? Sorry, I need to clarify. I think we have signed off on them, haven't we? Oh, they're currently in draft. Okay, so they haven't been adopted. So one of the assumptions that is in this bundle of documents is that the landfill will continue to operate as it currently is, acknowledging obviously that there is a separate process that's underway and that decisions will likely happen will happen within the next 12 months. So that's because in order to develop all of the material in this bundle, we have to make a series of assumptions so that the numbers can be figured out. So does that help? Just to clarify that essentially the reason that the numbers are as they are in here is because they're built around that assumption that's been included as a draft at the moment.
Deputy Mason.
And just for some surety, we are making a decision at the end of this year, but it is not till the end of this year because there is a whole lot of work that has to be done in terms of getting information, but there will be a special consultative process that you will be, as any member of this community or wider, can be part of in terms of making submissions around what you want to present at that time.
In the document it says 5.3 million will be spent on solid waste. There is nothing there in that decision how that money's been spent and where it's coming from.
That's because if we made a statement about how we were going to manage our solid waste, that would be a predetermination of that decision that we're going to make later this year. So we do have to deal with solid waste, and we have to, as Councillor Jennings has rightly put, make some assumptions about that. But what that will look like is that decision that will be being taken later this year.
But that document's really not correct because you're not saying where you're getting the money and how you're doing it and where you're spending it.
Peter, look, let me reassure you that there will be ample opportunity for you to present a submission on the proposed or not closure of the landfill at the right time. We are not trying to fudge the issue. We are not trying to sidestep it. We're making sure that, in fact, that we do it properly. This is a major, complex decision that, as a council, we have to take many, many things into consideration before we make that decision. And that's what we're doing at the moment, making sure that we have the full information in front of us before we do that. We know that it's time critical because there are contracts finishing out there, so there will be, before the end of the year, ample opportunity for you to make a submission on the closure or not of the landfill.
And I hope there's ample time for you to disclose all the facts about that landfill.
Well, that's what we're trying to do at the moment.
Because it's been hidden for 20 years now.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yep, thank you.
And you've got to remember, the council signed an agreement with the PMG group.
We're well aware of that.
And they haven't been living up to that agreement in the last 2 years.
We've been notified of their concerns and we thank you.
And those members of our side of on that PMG group are really frustrated because of the way the council is treating them.
We know that.
Right, I'm pleased you know that.
Thank you.
And I hope you don't delay any much time in getting this landfill sorted out.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you all for listening to me. Thank you. More questions?
It appears not. Appreciate it again. Oh, sorry, Councillor Booth.
Just to end on something other than the landfill would be nice. Back to your submission. The land, the small parcels of land that you refer to that are uneconomic to farm,
yes.
So they're not landlocked. Have they got road frontage, or are they accessible, or are they within a section of the farm which is just in an area which has got some special?
Some of them around the edge of the lake. There's quite a number of them around the edge of the lake. I think there's possibly 26, some of them being Urupā and other land, but different families. They're all on separate titles and they are landlocked. There's no actual legal road down to them. Other ones, there are a number of others too that are landlocked. I mean, I've got one block of land, about 60 acres. We own probably 98% of it, one Maori owner. We bought it in 1978. Never been able to locate that owner. And yet it's got to have a separate title, even though we own land on each side of it, which could make it contiguous, but we can't. It's one block. It's just the way the quotable value says it, that they have to do it that way. It's part of the government legislation.
Thank you again, Peter. We welcome your contribution, and as I said, we'll hear from you shortly, I'm sure, about other matters.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Trevor, welcome to the table. So, just let the table understand that you are talking tonight on behalf of Weka, not the Horowhenua Beach Progressive Association.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Talking about Weka.
Thank you.
Jeff
Right.
Keith was supposed to be talking, but he got otherwise engaged at a late time, so
no worries.
I've had to come in.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time to listen to me tonight. My name is Trevor Hinder. I won't read out a submission because I assume you've all read it. Basically, Weka is asking for a higher profile for the environment in all decisions made by the council. Over the decades, the council has made many major decisions at the expense of the environment. I illustrate, citing the wastewater treatment plant close to the flower of the district, Lake Horowhenua. Development of the new subdivision will put even more pressure on this asset. Citing the landfill close to a community, close to an important stream and close to the sea. A landfill that emits toxic odours and leachate. The word landfill is probably a misnomer. The current cell is piled some 50 metres above the ground level and referred to as Mount Duffy by locals. Spraying millions of litres of water a year with a high nitrate content onto a small amount of land, close to a stream and the ocean. Can we not remove more nitrate from the water? Can we not pipe the water to an area that needs water and nitrate? Discharging large amounts of untreated stormwater directly into the lake without consent. Who knows what goes into the polluted lake on any one day? In the past few years, the council has only tried to worsen decisions made by previous councils. It appears to Weka that the environment does not figure in any decision making. For example, the decision to allow smaller plots for housing within urban live-in has caused more stormwater. What we seek is an environmental subcommittee to review council proposals, and this committee to include concerned local environmentalists. The community doesn't want a rapid growing population that will only benefit developers and a few retailers. What it wants is a better environment to live in. So, do I have any questions?
Any questions of Trevor?
I will say, listening to Peter, what he was trying to say is that on the landfill, as we're back to that, you haven't got in either closing it or keeping it going because there's no capex for the liners.
I'm sorry, Trevor.
That's why that document is wrong, because it excludes something and it's not allowed to. I think by law it has to be in there, that's what I'm saying. I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Chairman, but that's where it's coming from. It's an omission.
Thank you.
Anyway, sorry. No,
Appreciate it. So, any further questions for Trevor? Thank you, Trevor. Look, I appreciate the fact that you've been here and that you've stood in for Jeff, and we'll take up the points that have been made in there, and there will be due deliberation of all the points that are made. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
So that brings our day one of our hearings of submissions for the long-term plan to a close, and we will resume at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. 1 p.m. Sorry, were you asleep? So just before you leave too, we just adjourned.